Yeah. Hello everyone. How we doing today? I hope you're all doing so dang well. Don't know why this music is coming through to me, but it's very annoying. There we go. How are we doing today? I hope you're all doing super amazing well. Yes, it is here. It is time. It's yep, it's Catboi week. It's Catboi week. And because we've already hit the target that we were meant to be going for, we're instead doing a subathon kind of thing. So, I don't expect to hit this at all, for the record, but knowing you guys, that means that that's exactly what's gonna happen. But, if we hit 50 new sub points today, well, in the next 3 days, I will add an extra day of maid outfit. Now, that's not going to add more days of dating sim. It's not going to add more days of dating sim. It'll just be, I'll be in the outfit during, like, regular content. Yeah, only subs are able to post clips. You have parent-teachers interviews soon? Well, just put me on, you know? They'll love that. I've been frantically getting stuff ready. That means if it's regular content, yeah, that means we'll be doing this, we'll be wearing this for Super Life. Yes, that is what that means. Now, I don't expect to hit 50 sub points today, nor do I expect to hit another 50 sub points, but every 50 sub points we do hit in the next 3 days, we will add an extra day to the maid outfit. So that's fun. When it comes to individual rewards, it's all the same ones that we had last time. So if you do a tier 1 sub or... Oh, I've already posted it. It was a clip. Only subs are able to post clips. But yes. So same ones as last time. I've got my... I got my big boy whiteboard for the Catboi Cafe streams. So if you either gift a sub or tier 1 a sub yourself, you will get your name on the board. If you gift or tier 2 sub, if you gift a tier 2 sub or get your own 2-tier sub, then you will get a doodle on the board. And for tier 3 subs or 5 gifted subs, you will get a custom Discord role on the Discord, which is, if I remember correctly, the Catboi Cafe patron role. Thank you, Ash. And then, if anyone gifts 25 subs, then I will record a custom message for that person at their request at a later time that they can, like, I don't know, put on their phone or whatever. Because there's something down there. But we are also continuing the dating sim we started playing last time, which was, it was really cute, and I had a really great time playing it and reading it with you guys. So let's start off with... Tobes, congratulations on your 23rd timer first. I'm very proud of you. Nikki, welcome in. Flick, welcome in. Hope you're all doing well. Dal, of course. And a beautiful Ash. We have a nya for Dal. Now, I have a feeling my sound settings aren't gonna be working super well. So that's gonna be fun. But you know, it is what it is. Sound, so we might have to do some figuring things out, but... Just check, this is... Yeah, don't want to listen to that, so that's frustrating. But how's everyone doing? How was your day? I'll be honest, I did almost forget that we were doing this for the next 3 days. Oh, and there are some channel point redeems that you can do just for this. So you can change to swap my ears. I've got 2 pairs of cat ears. I got these ones which came with the outfit, and I've got my blue ones. You can redeem for a fit check where I'll get up and do a twirl for you. You can redeem for me to do a nya or a uwu. And yeah, fit check. Thank you, Tobes. All right, give us a second. I will, for the sake of you guys being able to see better, so we're gonna do this job. I didn't close my wardrobe door today. What the heck? We're gonna do that. Gonna do that. Headphones could help. Hope you enjoyed. My knee, I know. How scandalous. And we got a ooh for the wonderful Tobes. How have I messed up everything so badly? Everything feels like it's in the so wrong place. Like that? Yeah, that's better. That's better. So thank you for those redeems. And I'm not making Maurice have to be part of this. He doesn't deserve that. He doesn't deserve that. Can we get some love in the chat for Tobes, please? Tobes is a truly awesome member of this community, is here every day, right at the start, has a good time keeping me healthy and doing gambles and just... It's nice to see you. You lurk and you're here every day, and it's really, really appreciated. And I thank you a lot, my friend. A great, great thanks indeed. But shall we get into the game, shall we? Whoop. Okay. All right. We got a little ditty from Dal, an apology for Maurice not getting his dedicated minimum camera time while Catboi Cafe is going on. What's the best way to do this? Maurice, how could I do this to you? Maurice, this channel's also about you. But I'm taking you away for 3 days so you don't have to feel ashamed to have to be on the shoulder of a maid, Catboi Laffy. I know that you just love to be here and smile along all day. But Maurice, I want to look after you, that's why I'm keeping you away. I hope you enjoyed that one. All right. Into the thing, so I'll turn the music back on and hope that it, like, works. Bum-ba-ba-bum-ba-dum. And let's turn that off. Can you guys hear the music? No, because that's, like, super far behind me. Okay, let's audio capture. You hear nothing? That's about not a surprise. Let me try restarting the game. Steam. Play. Let's turn our music back on then. But I hope you guys are pumped. This is going to be a fun time as always. And I do really enjoy doing these like visual novel formats. I think it's really enjoyable. Alright. I really wish a lot of games were better at... What if I do this? That work? You're not. Let's turn that off because it's driving me insane. Hearing both the game sounds. What about we go to default and then we go back to here. Aha! Now that's not coming through that thing, but that's okay. Because then I can just go to there. Sorry about this, folks. It took me, I really wasn't prepared for this today, which I should have been. Let's copy you. Put you over. No, not there. In here. Can we hear now? We can hear now. Beautiful. Scatter, hello, hello. How you doing? Boom. How are you, Scatter? I hope you're doing super well. It is Catboi Cafe Week. So the next 3 days, we're going to be playing this cute dating sim. We'll be in the maid outfit. We'll have these sub-goals. And if by a miracle we manage to get an extra 50 sub-points over the next 3 days, then we'll be adding to the time. You're all right, winding down? Well, this is the perfect thing to wind down to. Catboi Laughy. Ha ha ha. Save me. Ree! Hello, hello. How you doing? Minecraft does look weird, doesn't it? How are you doing? How you doing, Ree? It's been a while.
I've missed you.
We are playing this cute automated dating sim again. Our life beginning and always. Well, why haven't you been here, Ree, if you miss me so much? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I really forgot we were doing this today. And it wasn't until like an hour or so before like stream, I was like, oh shit. Oh, bugger. Well, I thank you for the looks. All right. But I think we're moving on to the next moment, yeah. So so we've done all the 5, like, as a little kid things. Hello, Silver, how we doing? Yeah, indeed. Yeah, indeed. Alright. So let's, move to the next step. Yeah, I think we should. Oh, I forgot she's called Mommy. Now, I've got no idea what my voices were that I did for everyone, but, which one is Mommy? Like, is Mommy the, like, really hot looking one? Or is Mommy the, like, librarian looking one, who's also cute? I'm gonna assume it's the really hot one. Mommy can be both, well, yes, but they're both our mums. We have lesbian mums. So one of them is referred to as Mummy and one of them is referred to as Mum, and I don't remember which one is which. It's been probably 4 months, 4 or 5 months since we played this. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your mums, Lizzie and Cove, as the 5 of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. Let's do that smidge. You like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we are so dull. Let's get out more. Mr. Cryopants, yeah, but he's perfect. Cove is perfect, and I will fight anyone on that hill. Trapdoor, 'cause there's something down there. Alrighty, take care, Ree. Enjoy your luck. Yo, Ree, thank you for the 1 month. Oh boy, you see nothing I'm hiding? Well, you know what I do see. Someone's name going on the board. Oh, that's a permanent mark. The cookie should also be on the board. Well, you know, if you wanna doodle, then that would be a tier 2 sub or gifted sub. Sorry, I don't make the rules. I mean, I do. So yeah, if you want to doodle, you can always gift a tier 2 sub to someone, and then I'll do a quick sketch on the board. Oh, we are so dull. Let's get out more. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out?
Duh.
'Cause I know that's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear, there's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mummy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan.
Ugh.
Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Alright, what are our options? Please, can we just play a little longer? We have to keep playing before it's too late. It is almost over. You put on your best puppy dog eyes. Lizzie may not want to, but you planned on going home. Well, like, I vaguely remember we're playing this kind of like shy and awkward to a degree. If I remember correctly. Alright. Let's go for the it is almost over. You tried to be subtle about your little mumble, but you saw Mum look down at you from the corner of her eye and knew she heard. Yeah, it would be evil not to let us play until dinner. You weren't sure evil was a fair word choice, but nodded anyway. At times like this, you had to back each other up.
Please.
Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. The hazelnut hot chocolate, please. Yeah, sure. Here you go. Welcome in, Edison. How you doing? How you doing? Hope you are well today. We can't do work now, too. Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well...
Now.
Oh, come on, Pam. I can help with dinner. I'm the goob, still nothing to do at work, and it's not fun. That's sad. How is Laffy? Laffy is good. Laffy, definitely didn't forget we were doing this today. Had to throw a lot of stuff together at last minute. But for those, I should probably go through a little bit of like what this is, because it's actually, it wasn't, I think it was like at the end of last year that we did the first stream of this. So this is our life beginning and always, a cute little dating sim where we go through 4 periods of our life. The first one where we are a child, where we are around 8-ish, I think maybe, and it's summer. We live in this like beach area, and we meet this this boy named Cove, who's very cute, and I would kill for him. Now, we are looking like we're doing the finale of the first segment. This is our sister. These are our 2 mums, Mummy and Mum. Or at least that's how I'm thinking the 2 are. I don't remember. Mummy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory.
Okay.
All right. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside, understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mum. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You sent him a small smile, which he returned. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mummy, which you took as an agreement. It feels really wrong to say the word mummy in this outfit, I'm not gonna lie. As you do so... so much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at Times and Trinkets. Ooh, or maybe the playground? Or fireflies would probably be coming out, right? Silently make my own plans. We can't go too far. I feel like this kind of plays into what I'm pretty sure we were playing kind of like awkward and shy. So I think we can't go too far. Lizzie pouted as you pointed this out. Mum said to be back in time for dinner. It won't take that long. I know, Laffy. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Oop. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around itself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly, hello, Ash. Hello, goodbye, happy holidays. That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mothers had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. It's just me and Cove, guys. It's just us and Cove. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach. Obviously, we're staying with Cove. Come on now. Lizzie, look, she's cute, but like, she's our sister, she's annoying, and we get to see her every day. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return.
Cool.
He made a little gesture that you interpreted as, follow me, and then started heading to the waves. This is our first time seeing Cove again today. Isn't he precious? He's so precious. I love him. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock, and proceeded to bash our skulls in with it. He's so pretty. I love him to bits. He reared his arm back, then tossed it out into the water. Impressed over how far he got it to go, it sailed way out into sea. It was a good toss, that was pretty neat. It wasn't a long throw, but he didn't care to try for that. but he didn't care to try for that. The rock sunk kind of like a rock and fell back down almost right after he tossed it. I think it wasn't a long throw, but he didn't care to try for that. He's just like, yeah, not even trying, yeah. Yeah, so you can't skip rocks in the ocean. What are you doing? You looked for your own rock. Look for our own rock. Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw to. You found a shell that would suit your purposes, a smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet-sounding thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. When you looked over at Cove, he didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cove was looking down at his car, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed, and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
Not fair. I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. Look down at his cat. Me? Ooh, when do you get it off? Gotta be curious. I was jet skiing. That's not fair. Cool. Your eyes widened. Let's go for really? A little. Yeah, why would I lie? No, that's not what I meant, Cove. I'm so sorry. That's not what I meant. No, I thought it was really impressive. I'm so sorry, Cove. Dropped your eyes from his fidgeting. You didn't think he was lying. You were just surprised. I feel... Why didn't you stop me, chat? Why didn't you stop me? He then continued to explain. I crashed. He gestured to his arm as if to say, and this was the result. Hard to believe you're allowed to jet ski.
Well...
About that. Oh, I'm not. Oh. Why I don't play VNs? I have no idea how the options are going to come across. Yeah, I know, right? Cove let out a huff, flopping down into the sand. Can't believe summer's almost over. You sat next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Cool. You're gonna like it. Everyone's super nice. You'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Oh yeah, and for context, Cove's parents divorced, and so at the start of the summer, his dad and Cove moved here to where we live. Something called like Paradise or Paradise or something like that. Then again, you did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. Could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
I want to go home. You'd never had to move before, but you thought you could understand. If you had to go to a new school all of a sudden, with all new people, you'd probably be dreading it too. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay. Okay. I'll see you later. Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right. Cove wanted to go back to his old home. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. This can be your home. Do you hate it here? It'll be alright. What do we think? Definitely not this. This is like super manipulative. Like this is kind of guilty. But it'll be alright is just a simple, she'll be right, mate, in a degree. But this can be your home is kind of like putting the invitation out there. I'm kind of leaning towards 2. Saying, I want this to be your home. You think 3 as well? Okay. It'll be alright. Sometimes when you were sad about something, your mum said that to you. In the moment, you thought it couldn't possibly be alright, because Sir Stuff-a-Lot lost his arm, or you skinned your knee, or you couldn't possibly finish all your vegetables. But in the end, they were always right. You're not gonna leave, right? You'll still be around? Question was a little surprising. Of course. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. I feel so emotional, guys. I'm so like, I just want to hold him. I feel like I'm legit a child again and having like a childhood romance. Like it's so cute. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Should I be feeling something? Autism is weird. You don't have to be. I am. Okay. You had to say swimming did sound fun, even if it was already getting chilly out. Cove smiled, then looked back at the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually. That I'd feel better then. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. You spared a glance over at Cove, and saw the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all. As long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember a long time ago, when you'd first started going to school. Yeah? You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day. To listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you'd never even met before. Things changing is hard. Do you know what will help this super emotional scene?
I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain.
You're a little shit. I hope you know that, Dal. Things changing is hard. You held his hand. I can. I'll make sure you do. You're not quite sure what to say to that. So instead you reach out and take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you is the one in his cast. So you made sure you were very gentle. You're not quite sure as you watched. Cove's eyes got a little misty once more. Really struggling with my mic position tonight. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring, and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You gave a little nod, resting your head on your own knees. The two of you sat quietly, just talking in the sounds of the waves. Ooh, you hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You definitely try to help in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had really gone by fast. You stood and dusted the sand off of yourself. My mom's calling, it's time for dinner, you should come. Cove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance, yet ultimately okay. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own. Alright, I can actually talk again. Brilliant! When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own. Laffy.
Thanks.
Thanks. Let's get this damn camera positioning and mic position better. This feels better. Have this nice just under my mouth. It was nice where you were right then. The two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. That's cute. In between. Alright, so this is our character. I don't want to change anything. Maybe we can get... Oh, that's kind of cute. Do we get glasses? They them options, yeah. I think we go with the glasses. Literally, we never see this. Like, we never see this. We could put braces on. Yeah, let's go for some braces. Okay, so my feelings for Cove. I think a little nervous. I think let's bump up to crush. But I think we stay like a little nervous. What do you think? Do it nervous crush. You won't be able to change it again until step 3. Alright. Choose to customize Cove yourself or let his prior experiences determine it. I want his... I don't want to customize any of it. I want the experiences to do it. August ended. September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. Can I, like, bring you in a little? Nah, it's fine. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird after a while. For a while. At school he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids, from what you saw anyway. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. Sometimes it was like things were exactly the same as when you had first met. But other times, as you got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings had changed in meaningful ways. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents were finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove would be living with his dad. He would only stay with his mum a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too. For different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again. Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mum asked him about it once. He'd said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents, and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. You hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears, he looked sad. Maybe one day, he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal. Except, what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed. Suddenly, you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without that initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's cheeks flushed with shy pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did on tests and in other academic situations. Over the years, he became more quiet and reserved. You didn't usually see him talking to other people. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. He and his mum moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. Yes, you were much too old for the word. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth. So you did. Your mum soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work, if Derek had the time for it. No, math is math. The difference is still 2. Yeah, absolutely. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed in small and big ways. You had too. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then before you knew it, school was over, and summer vacation had come again. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. One day I will be happy with with the microphone position. Today is... I don't know why I'm struggling with it today. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were snuggled up in bed, celebrating your time off by sleeping in. Oh, we're 13 in this. Ew. Personally, I don't care how nice it is outside. It's full of people and the sun will cook me. That's very valid. To be fair, we do live, like, on a beach. Wonder what your boyfriend... what my friendant is doing? I guess we'll find out. Okay, so we're snuggled up in bed celebrating our time off by sleeping in, or wide awake about to head out to enjoy our time off. I think we're excited. You made sure to slather on a generous amount of sunscreen so you didn't get burnt. It's reading your message. You're staying things. You were looking in the mirror, studying the clothes you'd thrown on when your bedroom door opened without a warning. In the reflection, you saw Elizabeth raise an eyebrow. Have you been staring at yourself this whole morning? Could you knock next time? Go away. Good morning, Elizabeth. I like... that just feels sassy. Good morning, Elizabeth. She ignored that, crossing her arms over her chest with a disgruntled expression. Clearly she hadn't come in just to see you. Your special boy is at the door. Oh. Ooh. Like he always is now. Sunscreen didn't help me burn my back badly enough to have to go to the doctors and be unable to wear shirts for like 2 weeks. That's a big rip. Big rip. I think you've told me about that. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mum wants you to take it from him, say thanks or whatever. You did not like the way she called him your special boy, but you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her. So no, I shall stay inside where the sun can't eat me. Look, that's valid. If I'm gonna get eaten, I'd rather do it inside in bed.
Come on.
So come down already. Be right there. Okay, fine. Really, that's great. I'm coming. No. I'll be there when I'm there. Okay, fine. We don't want to look too excited, you know? This is a boy we like. We can't look too excited. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. Now alone, you focused on the mirror once again. Your reflection hardly ever even fit in the film. You were very tall. Okay, we're deciding how tall here. How tall we are. Your reflection went over the whole length of the mirror. You're pretty tall. Your reflection fit comfortably in the frame. Your average height. There was a lot of open real estate in the frame. You're pretty short. You had trouble getting your reflection to appear in the mounted mirror frame. I kind of want to be short. Do we go for short? Like, I'm average height. But we go for small? I don't want to go super small, but I think we go for short. I think we go small. I'm gonna real quick turn the music down a bit. It's feeling very loud to me. So yeah, let's go small. You could relate to Derek and how it felt to be smaller than people thought you ought to be. Your shortness seemed even more drastic when compared to Cove, who was unusually tall. Oh yeah, that's perfect! Yes, it's the small-tall combo. The ultimate pairing. You liked your height. You weren't sure how to feel about it. You were kind of self-conscious over it. I think we're self-conscious about our height, at least at the moment. I feel like when we get older, become an adult, we're like fine with it. You couldn't help but feel awkward with the body you had. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. Cute. You left your room, resting a hand on the railing as you went down the stairs. Step 2, second chance. A second chance at what? You spotted Mum first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, but she was perusing through. Morning, Mum. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Good morning, Laffy. Thanks for coming down. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? Oh, he's not staying? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house, just as she said. Ma was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over your shoulder.
Oh?
Look, you finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward as you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so at your height you were absolutely tiny in her eyes. A fit check? Oh, good, Nikki. Gotta do that. Headphones go on there. How dare you clip that, Dal? Turn on the camera over. Move the mic there. Hope you enjoyed. Someone should give Maurice a maid outfit. Yeah, alright. Oh, gotta turn the light off. Yeah. Catboi Laughy indeed. Now, reminder, folks, we are doing this for the next 3 days. And if we manage to hit 50 sub points over the next 3 days, then it will extend. And normal programming will continue after then, but we'll just be in the maid outfit for as long as we get sub points. Save me. Let's hop back in. It's the start of summer. We're a 13-year-old boy. And we're meeting our crush at the door, Cove. You like that. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so at your height you were absolutely tiny in her eyes. Oh yeah, and we just decided that we're small, we're short. You let her do it. That's right, she's trying to pat our head. You happily let her do it. No. No. We're a teenager. That's not allowed. You tilted your body aside to dodge. You pushed her hand back and laughed. You pushed her hand back and groaned. Look, we're 13. We're not 15. I think we do this one. Mark could be so ridiculous, she thought. But that was okay. You're the last one down today, you know that? Life isn't a race. I love that. Morning. I was going to stay in longer, so you're welcome. Sorry about the wait. What did we get? No. Gross. Life isn't a race. I think that's really funny, actually. Life isn't a race, Mom. Funny. I don't think that excuse will work if you're late for anyone other than your own mother, though. Don't hurt me, Mama. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. I'm really struggling with, like, position today. Cove was just as you remembered. Exactly as you came to know him to be. Why would he not be as we remembered? We were in school with him, like, yesterday. We see him all the time. Why would he not be how we remembered? He's so pretty! He's so cute! Holy heck! And he's blushing! Guys, I'm so in love with this. I'm so in love with Cove. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as the longer strands of his hair idly drifted with the breeze. He's perfect. He's so hot. His features were pinched in embarrassment and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much talked about gift. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, it was carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. Guys, he's looking at us. At the sight of you, Cove smiled, but there was some nervousness to it. Hey. You smiled back. You couldn't help thinking to when you first met Cove, and how you became such good friends. Lately, though, you were starting to have different feelings for him. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you too. His grip on the base of the gift tightened, and your heartbeat sped up. Oh, for God. Even if neither of you had spoken about it, both of you were aware of something new was growing in your relationship. Get jiggy with it. Hello, Zoo. Welcome in. Hope you're well. We're playing a cute dating sim today. We are in a maid outfit for the next 3 days. And if the super unlikely event of us getting 50 new sub points in the next 3 days happens, then, well, I'll be wearing the maid outfit another day, and then another day if there's more, and so on and so forth. But there's some custom little rewards if you want to do gifted subs and stuff. For you. Looking sexy there. Oh. Oh my. But we are in the second stage of this game. The first stage was when Cove and I were 8 years old. Cove had just moved to Paradise Bird, where we lived. And we became good friends. And now we're starting our 13th year. And we are starting to grow fond, a little more than fond of Cove. We are starting our new summer. He's just come to bring a stupid gift from his dad. Both of you are aware something new was growing in your relationship. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to spend together and explore what was developing. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. You mean you don't want to hold a bouquet of fruit cut into the shape of flowers that your dad made you bring to the neighbors? You don't want to be holding that? How weird. Your hands brushed over his just slightly when you took hold of the base. Oh my. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he noticed it happen. Guys. You worried you might have reacted in a similar way without realizing. And with that, the gift was accepted. Well, that's everything. I'm sorry, this kid's 13? There's no way this kid is 13. Though he has said that, he made no move to go. You could tell he was reluctant to. Alright, we got a thank you, a thanks, or you are too cute sometimes? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. Absolutely not. We are far too nervous about that. We are far too shy for that. We're doing a thanks. Thanks. To you and Mr. Holden. I'll tell him you said that. Hello, Shadow. How you doing, gorgeous? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. We are playing a cute little dating sim as part of the Catboi Cafe. This is the reward you all got for helping me fund my gaming PC. And over the next 3 days, you have the ability to gift subs or just sub yourself as well if you wish to get some custom rewards. And if we manage to hit 50 new sub points by the end of the 3 days, you got the email? Yeah, I'm super pumped. Hopefully I'll get the money tomorrow or the day after maybe, so we can actually do the order then. But yeah, so if for every 50 new sub points that we get, which I doubt we're gonna get that much anyway, I will add an extra day of wearing the outfit. We won't be playing the game past the 3 days though. It's just gonna be our normal programming just in this outfit. I've ordered a new monitor because I'll be losing my second screen of my laptop. But I've paid for that out of my own pocket. Waiting for the money to be able to do the order. So we are both 13 years old. It's the start of summer. We're starting to form a crush for each other. I'll tell him you said that. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had. Though after 5 years, you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. He was nice, he was sort of funny, he was pretty weird, you didn't like him, he was great. He was great and kinda handsome to boot. No, we're not going after his dad. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He was sort of funny though. Sometimes that could be a good thing, and other times it was a bad thing. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. Shout, shout, let it all out. There you are. You shared a confused look with Cove. I look beautiful? Thank you, Queen. Thank you, Tali. I appreciate you. As one, both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. Now, I know this isn't gonna be, but whenever I hear the name like Derek now, I can only assume it's like Derek from The Good Place. I have wind chimes where my genitals should be. You were happy at the sight of him. You were confused at the sight of him. You were displeased at the sight of him. We're friends. You were happy at the sight of him. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. Oh my god, he's like a jock. Oh, he's so cute. See, he looks like he's 13. Why do they have to make Cove so hot? I think Derek is like a love interest in the DLC. What game is this? So this game is Our Life Beginning and Always. It's a cute little dating sim automate game where it's between you and the main love interest Cove. And you play over 4 periods of your life: when you were a child, when you are 13, and then the next 2. Don't know what they are. We're just starting the 13-year-old one. You want to play this? It's very cute. I'm pretty sure it was free too, if I remember correctly. It's like really, it's really good. It's really good. It's very, very cute. I'm in the category of the game, so you should be able to like find it from that, hopefully. Yeah, it's free on Steam. Yeah. I remember not wanting to buy a game for this. You don't have Steam currently? Really? I guess you don't play on PCs. That's fair. You don't generally play on computer. You're also the only person streaming this. That is not surprising. I'm not surprised in the slightest. I think last time we put ourselves in the just chatting category, but I'm fine with this. You're getting a new laptop though. Heck yeah, new PC bros. But after stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
Hey, my guys! No, absolutely not. That's not a good voice. Hey, my guys. He's got to be like a little bit smarmy. Yeah. Like, Cove looks 17. Is he not our age? Like, what is this? Are we not meant to be the same age? Like, what is this? What is this? I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Laffy's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or you were always just there? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze unsure, then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. Holden, Mr. Holden. It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit.
Nice.
Nice, can I have some? I love eating fancy cut fruit. Sure, we can share. I haven't even tried any yet. It's a gift for my family. I can't give it to you. Maybe you can have some later. Yeah, are we just like taking this for ourselves, or are we like letting the whole family have it? I feel like it's a gift for the family. You like Derek? I like Derek. He's cute. He's the kind of like kid who's like super like fun and energetic and just likes to run. Hello, Spud. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. It's for mommy and mum? No, it's ma and mum. It's changed. It's not mummy anymore. I don't have to say it anymore. Thank God. I think maybe you can have some later. Maybe you can have some later. Derek grew more excited by your words, bouncing on the balls of his feet. I love how you're doing, Air. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I certainly didn't forget we were doing this today and had to rush to throw everything together at the last minute. Not at all. Okay, first of all, how dare you? First of all, how gosh dang dare you? That's what I have to say about that. How frickin' dare. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. All right. We got a little ditty from Dal. Mommy, 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 mommy. Mommy, 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 ma. Mommy, 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 ma. There you go. All you're getting is scales. When we will get our photo shoot photos, when the PC comes in and I do the photo shoot. That's all you're getting. You're just getting scales. That's it. Suck. And I hate you. It is being organized. Oh, yo, look at the scar on his arm. Look at the scar on Cove's arm. That's from his jet skiing accident. Yo. That was a gnarly accident. Jeez. Awesome. Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. I want to try jet skiing, to be honest. Looks fun. I mean, and hey, you could get a gnarly scar like that. I think someone asked me the other day, I don't remember if it was in chat or if it was just in person, if like I'd ever heard someone say gnarly, like in an unironic way recently. And the fact that I like just did, it's still well in use. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I need to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. Can we get some love in the chat, please, for the beautiful, amazing... Do you want me to refund it? Or do you want the love? Not in the 90s sense? Well, I still think gnarly, like, I still think that's, like, the same use of gnarly. Like, it's a gnarly scar. Is this 50 points? Okay, can we get some love in the chat for Sputter Patat, please? Sputter Patat just has far too much that they need to deal with at all in a general purpose and thing, and my words are gone. But I'm glad you're here, Spud, and I know that you you get a lot of love in a lot of communities here on Twitch, and I'm glad that you have a home and places that you get to be and be loved, because you deserve that. You're wonderful. You're chaotic, and you're appreciated. Like, I'm in Australia, so the use of gnarly is like a surf thing. Ah. Can I go back? No. Okay. Accidentally clicked one. That's alright. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh, the new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him?
Nope.
No? I came to report the sighting straight away. Good man, Derek. Good man. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. This sounds like young Cove. Did he have a pink cast? You blinked. Slowly looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove. When you first got here, anyway. It's a clone. Oh, yeah. I guess that was me back then. Derek snickered good-naturedly. God. I can see that really well, now that you say so. But what did you say? What do you say? Let's go find Cove's lookalike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
I'll do it. We're playing a time loop. Can you imagine? Sure, I want to see who this person is. Maybe we get like a harem of green-haired Coves. Derek grinned. Then pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. Is it going to be Shiloh? I hope it's Shiloh. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true. He certainly seemed upset. But you didn't think he was sad, like you had originally pictured. It's astounding. Time is fleeting. Madness takes control. What is this clip? How dare you clip that? How you doing, Honkaruba? Hope you're well, hope you're well. Maurice is just chilling on the desk. I don't want to have him have to be associated with me in a maid outfit. How dare you clip that, Dal? That's personally rude. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched up expression, he came off angry. You became uncomfortable at the idea of talking to the stranger now. You didn't want to bother him if he was in such a bad mood. You shared a look with Cove. He was equally reluctant to start up a conversation. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hello, angry child. Come beat me up. Hey, guy, over here. Oh my god, it's the bug guy from Yu-Gi-Oh! It's the bug guy. What was his name? Say goodbye to Exodia! That's right, it's Weevil. It's 100% Weevil. Say goodbye to Exodia! Oh, man. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was top tier. Such a good anime. The kid whipped around an impressive scowl. Yeah, he's getting rid of our Exodia cards. An impressive scowl carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong hostile energy still radiated from him. Guys, it's a creeper!
What?
What? What is it? What do you want? The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it? Jesus Christ, Jeremy. You have as much personality as your haircut, my dude.
No.
My bug Pokemon will destroy you. Wait, wrong anime. Say goodbye to Lugia. No, I'm Derek. That's Laffy and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so, you know, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. And there's just steam sails coming out like valves like... Do we pick our gender in this? Yes. So I picked male. I'm pretty sure we can change like our pronouns and what we identify as throughout the game as well, which is great. Arceus, use obliterate! To the Shadow Realm! They did bring me somewhere stupid, of course. I knew it. This guy's a twat. I don't like him. Arceus turned away. You don't have the correct badges to command traded Pokemon. Why is he... I'm sorry. Cove is our age, right? Trans rights. Like, this is... Cove is our age, right? He's meant to be our age. Why is he drawn like this? Why is he drawn like this? He looks 17. Like, I know he's, like, tall, but, like, what is this? Oh, God. Alright, that one's pretty good. I like that one. That's less a disgusting sound than the last one you clipped. Wait from that trapdoor, cause there's something down there. Yeah. Angel, hello. What a stream to pop into. How you doing? I hope you're well. What a first stream, huh? What a first stream. Welcome in. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we are celebrating the reward. You got to go eat dinner. Oh, good. You're gonna lurk. I appreciate you. I appreciate it. I'm beautiful. Thank you. Guys, the angel Naomi thinks I'm beautiful. What? Sorry, no, that's Cove. Not hateful Jeremy. What?
My parents.
My parents. They're the ones who brought me. I didn't want to this town. Am I just gonna voice this guy as Weevil?
Something down there.
Pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever! Why do we even have that lever? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna voice this guy as Weevil. My parents. They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
Right.
Right. My dad brings me to Sunset Bird too when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I want to beat him up. I, as a 30-year-old man, want to beat up this 13-year-old child. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation, probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time. A chore. Welcome back, Tali. Can we get some love in the chat for Edison, please? Edison is... Mwah, chef's kiss. Perfect. You really are just giving me all the clip fuel today, aren't you? Look, it's my job. If there's a million clips after a stream, it means I've been funny. Name Jeremy doesn't suit him. He's more like a Brandon. Look, you're not wrong. He does seem like a Brandon. Yeah, so much love in the chat for Edison. Please, Edison is an amazing human, an amazing fox. And I'm so glad you're around pretty much every day on stream. You make me happy. You are perfect. You heard me. You're perfect. We're perfect, so we're perfect together. Born to be forever, dancing through life. As a person who has a Jeremy as a brother, this guy is a Jeremy. Oh, actually, yeah. Of all the, yeah, actually, of like the Jeremys I know, yeah, this guy's a Jeremy. Jeremy sounds about right, actually. Only to learn to edit the game files and change it to Weevil. My parents' family is nearby and we just had to come see them. Ah, your parents' family? Are you adopted or like a foster kid maybe? I kind of get it if he's like a foster kid maybe. My parents' family is an interesting way to put that. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
I guess. Even if there's voice acting, I have to do it too. That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves since they cared so much and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be by myself. Legal reasons this is a joke? Why do I feel like I know that? The VA they pick sounds like Weevil too. Yeah, it's just official clips from the Yu-Gi-Oh show. Look, I was expecting that one to get clipped. I'll be real, Dal. But I'm not allowed to be by myself. And it's funny because, like, everyone else I'm voicing Australian, but this guy is American. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid? You're back with food? Welcome back, welcome back. Only, like, a certain amount of Yu-Gi-Oh! I think it's only till Yugi eventually wins. Wins what? I've only watched the first 2 seasons. Yeah, so we're playing a cute automated dating sim as a reward to everyone with the Catboi Cafe for funding my gaming computer, which I should hopefully be able to order tomorrow. But yeah, so for the next 3 days, we'll be playing this game, and we will be in the maid outfit. We have some individual rewards, and we have, I don't expect it to happen, but if we do happen to hit 50 new sub points in the next 3 days and any multiple thereafter, we'll be adding an extra day. to the maid outfit. We won't play more games. They're the same 3 clothes for 3 days. Yeah. To be fair, it's just 3 streams. I will change out of them after. And yeah, it'll get a bit pungent. It'll get a bit pungent. But I don't have 3 separate maid outfits. Ooh, pizza is good. But this game is very cute. It's called Our Life, Beginning and Always. And you are you're a kid in a beachside town called Sunset Bird. And this boy, Cove, moves in after his parents separate, and you become good friends. This game happens over 4 periods of your life. We've done the period where we're 8, and I think it's over 4 summers. Yo! Edison, thank you very much for the gifted sub, and congratulations, Angel. Edison, for that, you get to go on the board. Edison. Ox. Beautiful. What a hero. What an absolute hero. So this is our 2nd summer. We are 13 years old and we are starting to form a crush on Cove. And Cove is the one who, for some reason, despite the fact that we're 13, looks like he's drawn like a 17-year-old model. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Masters has 5 seasons. That's my favorite. Okay. Actual resub is next week. Would miss out otherwise. Fair enough. Temptation to name an NPC Cove and the upcoming thing is Temptation. Don't do this to me. Especially if you made me, like, kill them. I'd be so sad. Alright. You kept quiet. You shouldn't talk about your parents like that. Sorry, it must suck being forced to do something you don't want. We just said hello, you don't have to keep complaining at us. Calm down, you don't have to yell so much. Who peed in your cereal this morning? I'm sorry, that's such a good line. Read the Maurice emotes across Twitch? Absolutely. That's such a good line. Who peed in your cereal this morning? Oh my god. Guys, I just want to start using that in real life. Like, that feels like something out of, like, a 90s movie. Like, a 90s, like, teen movie. Like, that's so good. It's like, yeah, I've got a tissue for your issue. Like, it's so good. I love that line. We're not going to say it, but I love it. I think, sorry, it must suck being forced to do something you don't want. Sorry, it must suck being forced to do something you don't want. As if that does anything. You turn to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must have had good hearing, though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. I'm sorry. Look, I mean... Look. Look, I don't have a whole lot to say about... Look, Cove does have interesting eyebrows. But also... Jeremy's are just clearly manicured. Like, he's clearly gone and removed all but like 3 hairs perfectly going up along the line. Like, that's completely manicured by him. The threats in this, it's so good, man. Like, I wasn't expecting this kid to come out of here and just be bloody Weevil from Yu-Gi-Oh! Say goodbye to Exodia! Can we get some love in the chat for Queen Tali, please? Queen Tali has been here for quite a while and has just so much stuff happening in real life to make life hard. But they are just a ray of light and joy and just such a delight. And I wish you so much love. Yo, 11 months, 27 days? That's unreal. That is unreal, Tali. Holy heckin' heck. Nearly a year. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Yes, they are. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at that insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. Moving to bed. Watch time 683 hours. Oh, baby. Jeremy complaining about Cove's eyebrows when he's the one who stood there with a bowl cut. I know, right? To be fair, I'd probably be angry if my parents gave me a bowl cut too. 88 hours? Nice, Tali. That shouldn't surprise you, sir. I have 101 stream streak. Yeah. Follow age 3 months, 18 days. Yo, Edison. 169 hours? Yo. Had that as a kid, a bowl cut. Were you as angry as Jeremy? Come on. What? No, Cove's wavy eyebrows are so cool. Look, they are strange. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? There we go. You were a toddler so fast? I mean, that's fair. Don't listen to him. They're really unique and special. Well, they are kind of silly. Absolutely not. Apologize to Cove right now. You can't treat people like that. Absolutely. He's our crush. You too? No way. Cove's wavy eyebrows are so cool. That's... I just want to like tell this kid he's a twat. We're certainly not doing this one. Like, we're not mean. Like, I am, but me in game is not. The last one, I like. Both of these are good. Honestly, I'm going for this one. I'm going for the last one. Apologize to Cove right now. You can't talk to people that way. Cove smiled weakly. Oh, what a cutie. I cannot forgive the game devs for doing this. We're all meant to be the same age. Why have they drawn him like this? Why?
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry your eyebrows are so terrible. I will literally wring your throat. I will destroy you. I will shave a line in your stupid bowl cut. I'll remove your eyebrows. I hate this child. Just rolled your eyes, you crossed your arms over your chest, you shook your head. You patted Cove on the shoulder. You lunged towards Jeremy. Let's beat the crap out of this kid. Where's ear change redeem? It should be there. I turned it on. Oh, I swear I turned it on. Well, it's on now. Look, we're not beating the child up. That's not what I'm doing. But it would be very funny if I did. Swap ears? All right. And we got an Uwu request. All right. Okay, the swap ears is done. As always, it feels like it's on backwards, but that's fine. Ooh. You're welcome. You're gonna go? Oh, good, Tali. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate you. I don't see you that much anymore. I hope you're doing well. All right. You grinned at all of this. I think we shake our head, right? You do that so good. I mean, I am a performer and a twat. Jupiter, welcome in. How you doing? It was pretty clear no words would penetrate Jeremy's armor of rage, but you still couldn't hold back your displeasure for his behavior. Wow, what is wrong with you? Am I right, Derek? Instead of in a nasally voice, you mean his voice isn't incredibly nasally to begin with? Like, he's absolutely just nasal. Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's word in a nasally voice.
Wow, what
Wow.
is wrong with you?
Oh, God.
Wow, what is wrong with you? Wah, 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 wah.
I literally hate this child. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go hunched over until he became a speck in your vision. I want to kill this child. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
Sucks. I was hoping we could meet someone fun. Hang out, maybe. He shook his head after a moment. He slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point right at the fruit arrangement that you were still holding the fruit. You'd completely forgotten about it during the mini drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the wait. I'm surprised Jeremy didn't bring that up. I'm surprised Jeremy didn't why are you holding fruit flowers? Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. For legal reasons, this one isn't a joke. I need to save it. Why not? Let's see. Yeah. Derek perked up immediately at words. He reached out for a skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away.
Are you sure?
You sure? You nodded with an eager grin. He plucked out a prime row of fruits. Cove grabbed one for himself after him. Only you were without a skewer of your own. Can you tell I'm having fun? No, not at all. Pineapple skewer, grape skewer, strawberry skewer, melon skewer. I think this is the most important decision about our personality that we're going to make. Is this a dating sim? It sure is, the Rat King. Welcome in. How you doing? Sure is. How dare you, Dal? Pineapple? I am a pineapple man. Melon's alright. Yeah, let's go for a pineapple skewer. The pineapple was cut to look like a flower. It was the obvious first choice. Obviously. Hope you're doing well, Rat. Derek ate a pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it within moments. This is amazing. Cove continued munching on his, making a small noise with his mouth full. Hey, you two remember The Land Before Time? That fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all like the leaves that were shaped like stars. I know of the film. I haven't actually watched it, but I know of it. Tree stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, chomping leaves look so delicious when they did it. Yeah, let's go chomp leaves. That sounds like a great summer vacation day. Let's just eat leaves, guys. And there was that scene with the pretty trees and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off them till there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. I adore Derek. Derek will be the best man at our wedding. I love that movie. I've never seen it. I didn't like that one. That movie's for kids. We are children. Eating leaves looks good. Should I worry about you? What do you think lettuce and spinach is? Not something I want to eat. Like just by itself as like a day on vacation. I don't look at a piece of lettuce and be like, yeah, I can't wait to nom that up. It's just part of food. Do you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? Let's go with I've never seen it because I also haven't seen it. You should, it's great and really sad, but still great. Plus, it's about dinosaurs. The three of you continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually, the display was barren. It looked weird when devoid of fruit. Yeah, I suppose a bouquet of flowers would look weird if you ate all of the flowers. Hey, we weren't supposed to eat all of it. It did help make you feel better. Eating it all hadn't really made you feel better. Yeah, let's go with this one. It did help. Did help us feel better. Derek was right. It was so good you were already brightening up from the earlier drama. Hey, Laffy? Yeah? The two of you met eyes casually. It's right, act casual. Since fruit are flowers, so you kind of did eat all the flowers? I guess.
So...
That was pretty cool, what you said back at that guy. Thanks, I was just saying what I thought. Oh. He likes that we defended him. Derek chimed in while in high spirits. You totally owned him. I don't know what his parents say, but it's good at least somebody is around to tell him what's what. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. Oh, he looks so cute looking off like that. I love Derek. So, are you both ready for summer break? Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Are you? How's someone supposed to be ready for a break? What? Yeah. Yeah, we are. We got to spend so much time with Cove and Derek. Screw Cove? No, absolutely not. I love Cove to bits, but Derek is great. I love Derek in a friend way. Are you playing as a boy or a girl? We're playing as a boy. But you can be any. In the politest way, Edison, no. Let's go for both. I'm pretty sure Derek's a love interest in the DLC, but not in the original free version. But yeah, both is good. Yeah. Cool on you. Wish I could say the same. It feels like there's a lot to plan for. Who makes plans? And what about you, Cove? Are you ready? Yeah? Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered. Oh, is Jeremy back? No, it's Elizabeth. Hey, Laffy. You glanced over your shoulder to your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden brought for us. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? We may have eaten it, sis. It's gone? What do you mean, gone? You moved over to the side to face her completely. She zeroed in on the bouquet in your hands, which was now populated exclusively with skewers dripping in juice and tiny flakes of leftover fruit pieces. Which one is Derek and which one is Cove? Derek is the one that looks our age of 13, and Cove is the one that looks like he's a 17-year-old model. Her mouth dropped open and the tone of her voice rose.
What?
Seriously, Laffy? What were you thinking? It was supposed to be for all of us at home.
She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly. Even if you are the most important person in the household to the delivery boy, this was up to his dad. Seemed everybody was in the mood to tease you and Cove today. Within moments, Cove's cheeks flushed red. He picked at the hem of his shirt, suddenly finding it very interesting. Not liking the situations the game's putting us in, to be honest. Yeah. He always became nervous when Elizabeth would strike at your relationship. Sorry, Elizabeth. Oh, hello. How you doing, friend? Hope you're doing well today. Get over it. Well, the morning's been kind of a disaster. We were hungry. Wasn't us. A seagull came down and ate it all while we weren't looking. No, we ain't lying, but well, the morning's been kind of a disaster. Like, we'll be honest about it. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, not at all placated. Oh no, I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked confused and looked around.
What?
What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek. Is Derek the love interest now? No. So Cove is our love interest. I think Derek is a love interest in the DLC, but we don't have that. But he suddenly looked to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. Yeah, I'm running. Without a word, you got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
So immature.
You're so immature. I'm horizontal. Twat. She shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Yeah, so Derek is the one in the middle. He's like new in this summer. He's like the son of Cove's dad's business partner. And then Cove is our friend who is drawn way too hot for a 13-year-old, and I think it's personally rude. Like, there's a large disparity here. Meanwhile, the three of you make it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. But essentially how this game works is you play over 4 summers in like different parts of your life. Well, that's the thing, is it looks like that, but he's meant to be our age. Like, he's meant to be our age. I don't know why he's drawn that way. Yeah, so it's over 4 summers. The first summer we were 8. And Cove first moved to town. This is our second summer where we're 13 that we're playing through. And I assume there's one like late teens, and then there's one that's like adulthood. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped and shall live to see another day. Exactly, but we should keep moving. Yeah, for now at least. Victory. My mums are going to be so mad when Elizabeth tells this story. Victory. Victory! We're 13. We're confident. You threw your arms up in celebration. You chuckled together, walking further down the beach, side by side. You definitely wanted to stay outside a little while longer. You had gotten a bit of scolding from your mums for not saving any of Mr. Holden's gift for Elizabeth, but you didn't get any real punishment for it. Instead, while you were out with the boys, Elizabeth returned home to share the news. The three of them went to get dessert on their own. That's rude. It was declared even by your parents when everybody got back and the event was settled. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. That is a phone. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other once a few years for big occasions. Oh, please tell me that Jeremy is not going to be part of this family. A while back, though, they'd moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's going to want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth too. But now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together. She was your only friend who was a girl. Being family helped make you close, but you had a lot of girlfriends. Let's go with this one. You weren't a girl yourself, so maybe that was why. You had plenty of other friends, but you didn't really have a lot of other friends either. I think this one. Ma always said that quality was more important than quantity when Elizabeth bemoaned your small social circle. You weren't sure how friendship quality was judged, but nevertheless, you thought that what you had with Lee was good. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. That's right. We named our damn character Laughy Soft Paws. I forgot about that. Soft Paws resident, Laughy speaking. You were greeted by a distorted, high-pitched giggle.
What?
Why do you sound so weird? She's cute. Mom answers the phone like that sometimes. It's supposed to be polite. You should go with hi? That was something a robot would say. There was static on the end as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So can you believe school's actually over? I thought it would never be done. Now, we don't have to do any of that boring stuff and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out, Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mum's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which is why you'd been sat by its cradle, waiting for Lee to call. With a phone in the cradle! Your mum's could be really unfair. You thought that made sense. You didn't like it, but it had to be that way. It makes sense. Here for it. It was nice to keep everything in its proper place. Agreed. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made your way up the stairs smiling. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here.
Cool.
Cool. Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I wish they'd changed their mind. We could call each other every single day, and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? Really great. But wouldn't I still be using the home phone? Too bad that's so far away. Really great. We could even stay up late talking about whatever we want. Lee sighed thoughtfully into the receiver. Ah. At least they said I could have it someday. I can't wait. She sighed dramatically. Ah. I bet I'm not going to get one until I'm all the way in college. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over, and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to a college. Guys, we're 13. Ease it. School was such a big part of your life right now. Studying didn't come easily to you, though you tried hard. You worked about as hard as most people and got pretty average results as well. You never tried much, but you still didn't do that bad. You didn't bother in school at all, and your grades reflected that. Everything in your classes came easily to you. You worked hard for your excellent grades. Well, this was me. This was me in school. You didn't bother at all in school, and your grades reflected that. But what should we go for? Cove's all academic. And like smart and stuff. What are we thinking? This is a very important decision. How ADHD are we? I mean, this is how I wish I was in school. I do not think I don't have the brain cell today. That's very valid. I never have it, so, you know. Do you think we try? I think we try. Studying didn't come easily to you, though we tried hard. I think we go with that. You knew it was important and you wanted to do well. Frustratingly, even your best didn't seem to be quite ever good enough. You didn't know how it could be harder. You felt a lot of pressure to get higher grades than you did last year. You hoped to do just as well this year, but it wouldn't be a big deal if they dropped some. You were confident your grades would remain great, which they're not. You had no plans of getting excellent scores this time around. Yeah. I feel like we feel some pressure. Felt a lot of pressure to get higher grades than you did last year. Your future depended on it. Yeah, that's what it feels like to be a teenager. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled.
What's up?
You sound so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. I'm looking forward to going back. Let's make a petition for more vacation time. It's so awful. I hate going. Come on, it's too scary not to think about it. Yeah. Come on, it's too scary not to think about it. No matter how much you wanted to enjoy your free time, the creeping dread of knowing that it would come to an end was always there beside you. I get what you mean. Though I guess school isn't all the way bad. You could do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. Learning new things can be cool. Gym is pretty great though. Oh, do we want to be sporty? It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. The cafeteria lunches at my school could be better than they had any right to be. There's nothing good about my school. I think it's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. I've always felt like fairly social in life. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anybody new. No one really comes here. Uh-huh. Learning things can be cool. Gym is pretty great though. Cafeteria, lunches, blah, 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 but that was all. Yeah, learning new things can be cool. Just wish everyone did okay with how they taught the things, not just some people.
Me too.
Me too. And then we'll do that, but that was all. And that's pretty much everything. That's good about school. I was not a sports person. Okay, point taken.
All right.
Now, I decree the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about this summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already. Like, I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. I want to spend time with people. I've got some new art supplies. Ooh, reading. Gonna catch up on movies and TV. Probably spend some time at the beach. I don't want to do anything at all. It's vacation. New art supplies, baby! Can't wait to try them out. I can't wait to see what you make. You lean back in your bed, settling in as you continued chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day. You sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today and we met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? Mm-hmm. His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? Awful. That's what he was like. Mean. He kept snapping when all we were trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone. But especially Cove. It was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. And I think that's fairly. I wish I hadn't. You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Hey, who are you to talk? You give practically all your attention to boys. Or maybe just one boy. I see how much you like Cove. Stop it. You're gonna make me blush. You got me? Yeah, that's a special case. I don't give him all my attention. You weren't able to say anything to that. I think that's really funny, actually. Like, Lee laughed at your silence, deeply amused. You shut your eyes tightly, feeling embarrassed about her reaction. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face. Like, she's 2 years older than us. She's meant to be 15, and she still looks younger than Cove.
Come on.
How long are you gonna hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. Gotta go, I'll see you soon, okay? With a sigh, you say goodbyes to Lee. Sorry for being long. I'm still using it. No, get out of my room. Lee, I have to go now.
Bye.
Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your mums I said hi too. You'd barely press the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your ma's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it! With that, she shut the door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside, and you laid in bed wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. At the window was Jeremy. I hate you. Everything sucks. Say goodbye to Exodia. From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and an open sky. My girlfriend turned into the moon. That's rough, buddy. You were scared, confused, annoyed, curious. What had caused that noise? Cocking your head, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You wanted to get to the bottom of this. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. I'm sorry, is it Jeremy? No, it's Cove. Okay, that's fine. Oh, is he like tossing the pebble up? Oh. Cove? You squinted? Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular and some parts stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody could, didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. Cove looked awkward and unstable. His feet were braced against a section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. With difficulty, he waved. Then he wobbled, immediately dropping his hand in alarm. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove scrambled inside, nearly falling flat on his face, but he was able to right himself in the end. He released a breath once he was steady.
Hey.
Hi, Laffy. Guys, you're alone in the room together at night. No one knows you're there. Well, he's there. They assume you're there. What are you doing? What's up, Romeo? Oh, that's so smooth. It sure is a surprise, but you're always welcome here. Is everything okay? What happened? You're lucky I didn't start screaming. Amazing, my dreams had come true! Holy hackers! I think is everything okay? Is everything okay? What happened? That I wanted to see you. I figured this was the only way. If I rang the doorbell, I know your mums would have answered and they'd just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. Last one? What are we last wanting? Oh, as in the last one. I was in the oh, my dreams have come true. No, we can't be that forward, Edison. We're nervous about him. Don't want to talk about it. Well, besides with you, I mean, but that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. Cove felt like he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Look, I need a sledgehammer when people are flirting with me. Look, that's fair. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mum. Still is, probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation? Shouldn't have done that. Eavesdropping is bad. I would have done that too. You didn't comment on him eavesdropping. There were other things to talk about. Are you gonna stay with your mum for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mum for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. You're surprised, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but No, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mum not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us instead. Yeah. You waited for him to continue, he didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. Did she say what she would do? You told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon, before school starts. Oh. You had heard Cove talk about his mum a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon, you were gonna see Cove's mum in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features pained with dread. He worried about having his parents together. Before, they'd barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now we're gonna be all together again? The three of us after all this time? Just for a few weeks. I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out, and now I feel really bad for feeling this way. Harvey, it's so... His fist tightened and his eyes became misty. Good, he still cries. Good. Good boy. Remember folks, crying is good. Let it out. Don't let anyone tell you that boys don't cry. Boys do and can and should cry. Shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. Nothing wrong with feeling bad. This is hard to deal with. We can deal with this. I'm sorry, Cove. You know I'm here for you. Yeah, that's a lot. You didn't know what to say. I think this one. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. That is hard to deal with. Cove sniffled. You're afraid he might really start crying, but he didn't. Instead, he smiled. What is this expression? What the heck is this expression? Like, excuse me, what is this face? Yes, Nikki? Can I give you something? Possibly. Depends what it is. Clarify something about you. It depends. See, now I'm kind of feeling better. Visiting like this wasn't a bad idea. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seem so crazy. Age regression can occur consciously or unconsciously, and it's often linked to stress, trauma, or a desire for comfort and safety. That's fair, I get that. The mini debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if all that wasn't enough, now Cove's mum would be living with Cove and his dad again. You're very welcome, Custard. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Laffy? The sound of your name, said quietly, pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you, concerned.
Are you okay? Are
you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. You meant it. Yeah, I'm okay. You didn't mean it. No, I'm not. I don't know. You're the only one playing this game? Is that surprising? It's a niche free anime game. Is this a surprise? I should play too. It's really cute. It's fun. It's free. I'm not. I don't know who me. I'm more worried about you. Wow, things are kind of bad for everyone, huh? I think I don't know. I don't know. I get it. At least I think I do. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. It's called Our Life, Beginning and Always, if I remember correctly. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with his smile. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. You know, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and rubbed out his arms. But I kinda don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer, just doing something else? What do you want to do, Cove? Person who snuck up to my window at night. He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? Sure, but I'm asleep, MEP. You could stay tonight, but we shouldn't make a habit of this. I've got a flashlight and some cards. Are you in? Of course, you can always stay here, Cove. You smiled shyly, your voice as tentative as his was. But you meant what you said. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. And there was only one bed. You felt a bit better at the sight somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was there. Glad he was here. And not just tonight, you were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. That initial friendship had deepened so much over these past years, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. Oh, what a heartthrob look! You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again. Evie Beavie, welcome in. How we doing? He smiled at you again. Just kiss him? No. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. It was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mum and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. Yeah, what's about to happen, alright. You smiled gently at him. You put a hand on his shoulder. You patted his back, you hugged him. You took his hand in yours. Oh, you nudged him with your foot. Oh, we gotta. Oh. You stretched. I love it makes a point of reminding us that we're short. It's actually really funny. You stretched your short arm out and gently held his hand. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped even a little. Cove blinked, startled, before his expression softened into something more natural. Conversation was stilted and broken, often by silence at first. Then, both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways, and you knew Cove felt the same. You opened your tired eyes, groaning, as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your tan skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together, trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home. We didn't kiss. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day or stay snuggled up for a little while longer. Until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. He never left, he was still there. In the morning. You froze. Your muscles refused to move an inch, and your eyes widened as you stared at Cove's sleeping form in absolute shock. If your mums found out he had slept here the entire night, you both would be in big, big trouble. Realizing quickly that you needed to get Cove out of here before your mums or Elizabeth walked in and found him, you willed your body to get a move on and swung your legs over the side of the bed. You poke him in the face! You whisper in his ear. You shook his shoulder. You poked him in the face. Tugged at his hair. You threw a pillow at him. Oh, whisper in the ear is so sensual. Cove, wake up. You whispered his name softly but urgently, and his eyes snapped open as he woke with a start. He scrambled out of the way as he abruptly jumped to his feet before almost losing his balance and falling back down. This is how the kid got a cast while jet skiing. He recovered just as quickly and faced you indignantly.
Hey!
What was that for? Shh. What? Situation dawned on him too before he even finished the word. Kid's clumsy AF, yeah. Cove blinked at you a couple of times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, I fell asleep. You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove's hands flew to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses right where they were supposed to be. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. Gonna be alright? We're gonna be in so much trouble. Just calm down, settle down before mums hear you. You didn't say anything. We're gonna be in so much trouble? You could feel your throat grow tight and the air struggle to hit your lungs as you thought about all the possible punishments your parents might give you. Summer was just beginning. You couldn't imagine having to stay cooped up in your house for the rest of it. Imagine, like, game over. That was just barbaric. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all of this had played out, but hoped that was true. Bye. At that, you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, there seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Thanks. Again. You're a good friend, Laffy. Really good friend. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder. Oh, it made you feel tingly. You were let go before you had a chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed, opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Cove anxiously stepped out onto the ledge. Bro, don't fall. Wished him luck. He rallied him to keep going. You suggested he sneak out the door instead? That's stupid. Urged him to hurry up. Wish him luck. Good luck, and please be careful. You gulped, thinking how far the fall would be if he were to miss a single step. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other with increasing speed, until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try keeping watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage, then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped down to the ground. He grinned at the sight of his successful climb. I have a feeling this is going to be a skill Cove gets better at over the years. He ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed at how doable he made that look. Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming so smooth without even meaning to. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window, deciding there was nothing more you could do. You hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. You put on your slippers. You checked yourself in the mirror. You made your bed. You just left. Check ourselves in the mirror. You certainly looked like you had just woken up with your pink hair sticking up all over the place. Taking a comb from your bedside table, you attempted to fix and smooth down some of the messy strands. You took your stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange. But you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. Remember, folks, act natural. Best trope. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked at you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting.
Why?
Why are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. You stopped in your tracks, heart pounding in your chest as you wondered if she could see the sweat that was building up around your temples. Laughy? Shrugged it off, you clammed up. Wouldn't you like to know? Sorry. You suddenly blurted it out, you folded, you clammed up. She began to smile, thinking whatever you were hiding was bigger than she assumed.
Come on.
What's going on? Nothing. I need to, like, pin this, because it keeps, like, falling off my shoulder. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. Ultimately, she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. What an exit. Whatever. Walks out of the house. Hot damn. Amazing. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. It looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your mums were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they made. Hash browns, an omelette, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. Jesus, how much food are you cooking? Took a little bit of everything. Passed on some parts because they weren't things you liked. Passed on some parts because you were trying to avoid meat. Muds because you were trying to avoid animal product. Took a little bit of everything. BRB shopping here and Blender order from Amazon too. Nice. It was tasty. You appreciated there was a variety in the meals your mums made. The day lazily drifted by at home, and eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again. Laughing, I could eat an entire bag of hash browns if given the chance. A very impressive skill. Pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. It was a perfect, balmy summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. As you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over his house right now, or to call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself when a voice caught your attention.
Hi.
Hi, Laffy? Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory from where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not at your school or from the country club your mums took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Okay, is this Cove's mum or is this Jeremy's mum? I'm sorry, was that presumptuous? I've heard about you, but have no idea who. But you have no idea who I am, do you? You shook your head and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. She's cute! All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here, and my ex, too. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street. Green Hatsune Miku! My son lives here. And my ex. Bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. Really? They were talking about this last night, like yesterday. And she's here already? You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner? Now that you'd gotten a good look at her. She seemed nice. She seemed sort of strange. She looked really young. It made sense that she was Cove's mum. She felt so different to Cove. She was super pretty. I think, yeah, she was super pretty. Hatsune Grinku, that's great. This beautiful lady was Cove's mother? Wow. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't got the impression it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrist. I'm Kyra Priest. You could call me Kyra. What a name. You shook her hand. You didn't shake her hand. Let's shake her hand. You reached out and took her hand, and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. You already know my name?
That I do.
That I do. Cove's mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Laffy. Cove talked to you about his mum. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. Guys, Cove talks about us. What has Cove said about me? What are you doing here? Nice to meet you too. You kept quiet. Yeah. Nice to meet you too. She smiled at you fondly, her eyes crinkling at the corners. The sound of a door opening and closing caught both your attentions, and when you turned towards the sound, it was to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mum also would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side, for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father.
My baby.
Oh god, my baby! There you are. I thought you were going to keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eye as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look.
Here, kitty. You can has cheeseburger.
Hello, Phoenix. How you doing? How you doing? Hope you're well. It's Catboi Cafe week. So, yeehaw. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about that. Lovely dress, thank you. Yeehaw indeed. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Fit check? Alright, alright. Let's do this. Do this. Do that. Do this. Take that off. Or sneakers. Ignore the joggers. I don't have shoes for this. I don't want to just get dirt on the bottom of these. Like, Flick a very light dress? Ugh. I mean, Flicker can get one. How you doing, Phoenix? Welcome on in. Cove and I were heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Kyra beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, Laffy. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first, responsibility and all that.
Any whoosies.
Any whoosies! I love her. She's quirky. It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting on this street for a time being. Any whoosies, let's go. Kyra walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her.
Sorry.
I'm sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us, not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mum showing up that he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. Oh. You were surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief. Thanks. That'd be cool. Oh. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mum had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Like, she doesn't look real. My mum answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realized that, like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mum who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela. She does look manic. Oh my god, she's a manic pixie dream girl.
I see.
I see you've met my kid, Laffy, and I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. Kyra laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kyra Priest, Cove's mum. It's nice to meet you. She's waiting for you to sleep so she can eat your sock or something. Yeah. No, she's the kind that, like, in the middle of the night will, like, do an entire art mural on, like, the wall of the house you're renting. Let's look at ass, yeah. A head of purple-brown hair caught your eyes as Ma popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands.
Hello.
Hi, Laffy. Cove. Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Cove grimaced and held back a groan. He likely took offense at how she didn't want to put them out with a surprise visit, but not him, apparently. Oh, I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time.
Of course.
I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if Laffy went with Cove and I? My treat.
We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice.
Have fun.
I hope you all have fun. You gave your mums a look. They smiled at you fondly. You were happy they were letting you go. You were annoyed they agreed just like that. Oh. You could tell that Cove really needed the support and you were ready to be there for him.
Marvelous.
Marvelous. Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. But I can see Holden and her being together. They both are like equally weird. Your parents waved goodbye at the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was a sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi, not too far from here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tourist town, isn't it? There's a lot of them around. Kyra put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son. Well, you sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kyra pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Laffy? Want to point me in the right direction? You shrugged. Not really. It's just, let's just, in solidarity. Not really. Sure, I have a couple of favorites. Let's be a good tour guide. We want to take Cove to all the nice places. You'd been to a lot of the places in town, and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us, since Cove is going through a phase over there. I'll kill her. He huffed at her and turned his face away. Don't you dare! Don't you dare belittle my boy! Belittle my heart! My husband! Chinese restaurant, tropical themed place. You insisted Cove to contribute to the decision. We'll go with the tropical themed place.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laffy. Will you show us the way? Will you show the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mum followed behind you. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. Yeah. Okay, now I'm better in frame. Yep. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kyra asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead. Kyra explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Kyra lowered herself into the chair while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her or to her side. It was awkward. Let's see. To start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda.
Noted.
Laffy? A coffee? No, we're 13. Juice. Which flavor? Orange juices. Lemonade is not juice. Orange. Sure. Kyra placed the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself. It didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. Really? A black hot coffee? That's not the vibe I get from her. Why do seagulls live by the sea? If they lived by the bay, they'd be bagels. With cream cheese? Kyra placed the order for your drinks. We did that. You took a long sip of your drink as she looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. The last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. You wanted to order something different this time. Kyra and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon the meals too were ordered and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table surface, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove awkwardly sunk back further into his seat and crossed his arms, all while blatantly avoiding eye contact. The side wall must be real interesting to him right now. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions, he'd brush off. Kyra had mercy on her son and instead put her focus towards you.
So?
So, Luffy, what's a few things you're into? There's got to be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. I like to stay up at night with your son. That's what I like to do for fun. Oh my god, there's so many options. I'm really into Cove! Oh my god! Ooh. I like to read. I like to watch. Games are fun. I like to play. I hang out with people. I go to the beach and I'm into sports like music. I spend time on art. I write things. I still spend time studying. Fashion. I'm really into Cove. As much as I desperately want to see what her response to that is, and to Cove. Cove's response, art. I spend time on art. Drawing. I filled out a lot of sketchbooks. And I'm really into Cove. Honestly, fashion. Let's go. Clothes. Understandable. I just love the way fashion lets you express yourself, no matter who you are. But how are you doing, Cocknerick? I hope you're well. God, I really want to say I'm really into Cove. Let's do it.
Thanks.
Thanks. I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. So what exactly did Cove say about me? Kyra laughed, holding a hand in front of her mouth. I can't tell you that. I didn't come all this way to embarrass my son. Too much. Kids are delicate at this age. She laughed again, and you glanced at Cove to see his reaction. He cringed, looking very much like he would rather be anywhere but here. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kyra a few questions of her own. Did we, like, accidentally miss that button? Because I feel like no one's talking about the fact that I said, I'm really into Cove. Like, it doesn't feel like that's been addressed. Did we, like, accidentally misclick and just, like, move on the conversation? Probably good. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kyra a few questions of your own. What are you doing here? Cove hadn't told you much about her, as you were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. What do you like to do? Where do you live normally? Are you in a new relationship now? These two are the most awkward conversations ever. The kind of thing children would ask, but I'm not gonna. What do you like to do? Spend time with my little boy, of course. And traveling. A real shock, huh? Oh, these are such awkward questions. Where do you live normally? Nevada. Have you ever been there? You shook your head. It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. Oh, guys, do we ask these really, really awkward questions? Or do we move the conversation along? Like, these are so awkward. Like, so ridiculously awkward. You in a new relationship now? Kyra brushed the question off lightly. Not at present. Why did you, Mr. Holden, get divorced? Cove nudged you in the arm, and when you looked at him, he seemed furious. Kyra brushed the question off lightly. I'm sorry, Cove. That's grown-up stuff. You should enjoy your youth while you can, without having to worry about all that. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. Cove, I'm so sorry. I was so curious. I'm so sorry. Cove, forgive me. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. Leave him alone. You just quietly watched him until he finally noticed and his ocean blue eyes met yours. It was subtle, but you swore you could see the hint of his smile tilting the corner of his lips.
Very cute.
You two seem really cute together. Oh my god, 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 are we together? Cove covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat.
Seriously?
Ugh, Mum, why would you say that? Just because I love him so much. You felt bothered too, you blushed. Thanks, we are cute, you just laugh, we blush. Were the two of you really cute together? Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious. Even Cove enjoyed his food.
Okay.
All right, now that we're all full and content, can you explain, please, why you've had a bug up your butt all day? Jesus, Kyra, all right. Cove's face instantly returned to its scrunched form. Seriously, baby, what did Mum do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. Mom, you could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke his thoughts that had been on his mind. That I wasn't gonna visit you this year, that you were gonna be coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here with you. You wanted me here with you. His eyes began to shake and his frustration ebbed. I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it would be like this. It's not the same, and nobody said anything.
I see.
I see. Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. We've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost got both of you and Cove to crack a smile. Is the Clifford surprise like when Clifford the dog became giant? You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff? Oh. As in Cove's dad is Clifford? 5 years nobody had ever called him Clifford until now? He smoothed the hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards.
I'm sorry.
I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together. He seriously pondered the option.
I mean...
I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. My heart. Kyra, why are you being like this when he's like bearing his feelings? Yeah, yeah, yeah. DJ, welcome in. How you doing? Hope you're well. Well, Kyra, why are you acting so like this when he's bearing his feelings? She reached across the gap, grabbed his face, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. And he wiggled away, wiggle, till the very next day. I'm doing good, DJ. I hope you're doing well. What are dressing? We're in a maid outfit today. It's Catboi Cafe for the next 3 days. We've got some sub goals and stuff like that going. We're playing a cute dating sim. And we're having a good time. This is as a reward for folks who are who helped us fund our gaming PC. Yes, really. Mom, stop. I'm sorry, sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. Kyra was completely enthused by Cove's admission, though a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad too?
No!
No. Cove snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back in just as quickly. Maybe later, not today.
It's all right.
I understand. We can shelve it. How many girls have you got? Well, our 0. we have the beautiful Cove, who's the young lad. So in this game, it's about your your relationship with Cove, and it happens over 4 summers of your life. The first one was when we were 8, when Cove first moved to town. This is the second one where we're both 13. And this is his mum. Thanks, Mum. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you, Luffy. Ew. What a gross thing to say, DJ. What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mum. It's harder to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. She winked. Mum! She just ruffled his hair with a laugh, then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. Boop. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mum. When the 3 of you left the restaurant and Kyra had paid the bill, you walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much by that time, you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that the lunch had happened late and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. But eventually you reached the street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. Yo, is this Mr. Holden? Hot damn. He's gotten hotter. He's gotten hotter. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yarrow, hello, lovely. How you doing? How you doing? Hope you're well. We are having our Catboi Cafe stream today, tomorrow, and Friday. We're doing some sub goals and stuff because we already hit our fundraising target of funding the gaming PC. So we're doing sub goals instead. But I hope you're doing well, my friend. I hope you're well. We're playing a cute dating sim. Damn. Cove's dad has gotten hotter. Like that hair. Ooh. Damn. Taking a break from cleaning at the moment. Everyone in this game is far too hot. Welcome back, family. And Laffy, too. Already reached? Yeah, we hit the, we got fully funded last week. So I should be getting the money in the next couple days, and I've got it in my cart, ready to go. So I'll order that as soon as the money comes in from Throne.
Huh.
Cliff. Dad. What PC did you get? So it is... Oh, this is epic. Glad you're able to get it soon. Yeah, it's so good. So the PC is a one from PCK Gear. It is the AMD Supernova, and I've like done a few tweaks and stuff to the parts. Dad. The two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. and Mr. Holden is once again clueless. Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. And yeah, so it's incredibly unlikely, but I have given the possibility that if we manage to get an extra 50 sub points over the next 3 days, well, then I'll be adding an extra day for every 50 new sub points we get. So it's unlikely it's gonna happen, but you know, there's a chance that I'll have to wear this outfit when playing Super Life and just Minecraft. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Laffy. Am I a OG? As in, been here for a super long time? I don't know, do follow age. You certainly haven't been here for, like... You're certainly not an OG. But do, exclamation mark follow age. How long have you been here? There's like one regular OG. Yarrow's at 9 months, 19 days. Yo. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Exclamation mark, not a question mark. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kyra in the neighborhood was a new experience for not only you. 1 year, 1 month, 2 days? Yo, awesome. That is certainly a good long while. Not OG, because we've been going for over 2 years, but it's certainly a heckin' long time. New experience not only for you and Cove, but also your families, and a dull moment was rarely had. Alright, it's time for us to choose our moments. Now, we go through all 5 of these, but we choose which order we do it in. So, folks, do we want to do a scene called The Wave, a scene called Growing, Family, Dinner, or Road Trip? What do we want to start with? I mean, we can do none of them, but that would be boring. Yeah, we could do a vote. We could do a poll. Drag my game over here so I can see. New poll. Which scene play? Wave. Growing. Hydrate, thank you, Yarrow. I'll do that in a moment. Family. Din-dins. Road trip. And I'll allow additional votes, and we'll go for 2 minutes. Alrighty, folks. Yo! Bum 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 ba ba bum ba ba ba. Hello. How we doing, lovely? Hope you're doing super well. We got the beautiful Queen of Drama on her alt. You were doing something with Carlcrafts today, yeah? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Swift Sniff, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you are well. We are... It's a Catboi Cafe Day. It's Catboi Cafe Day. How are we doing today, folks? Hope you're super, super well. Blue Lily, thank you so much for the raid, Criticrafts. We're so glad you're here. Absolutely. Absolutely. It is I, the alt, and it is I, the Catboi. Welcome in, folks. I hope you're doing super, super well. You've come just in time for a poll. We are deciding which scene we want to play out first in the second stage of this dating sim we're playing. So we are currently 13, having, and seeing how we're spending our summer with our crush, Cove. We can do Wave, Growing, Family, Dinner, or Road Trip. But let's pop back up to here while we chat a little bit more. How was your stream? What did you get up to? What were you alting today? Tell me more. But Raiders, welcome in. For those who do not know me, my name is Sir Laughlot, or my friends call me Laughy. I'm a polyamorous, neurodivergent, biromantic Minecraft streamer. And this here is Maurice, the patron saint of the channel. He looks over us, he hopes you're well. If you're ever having a bad day, you feel like nobody cares, Maurice cares. And normally, we play Minecraft. But for the next 3 days, at least, we are Catboi Cafeing, so we are playing a cute dating anime game called Our Life, beginning and always, where we play our life over 4 summers, and it's all around our main interest, Cove. Oops, so it has been decided that we are doing dinner. With our main interest, Cove, the first summer that we played through was when we were 8 years old, and Cove first moved to town after his parents separated. Our second summer that we are playing through now is we are 13, and Cove's mother has come to town for the summer. Yeah, I think this third one is like when we're 17-ish, and the fourth one is when we're like adults. But we'll see. I don't remember. But all right. And Raiders, if you need to raid and run, please do look after yourself. Always, always big love to you, Raiders. If you need to, do whatever you need to do to look after yourself. If that's have a glass of water, a bite to eat, have a nap, overthrow the patriarchy, whatever you need to do to look after yourself. I have too many things resting on my ears. The glasses, the cat ears, and the headphones. It's all like slightly a lot, but that's fine. All right, let's do the thing. This seems like an interesting game. It's so cute, and it's free. It's very, very cute. I don't like everyone is drawn appropriately. Like we're all drawn like 13-year-olds, except for Cove, who looks like he's a 17-year-old model. And I'm like, excuse me? I'm here on the real thing. And we do have some sub goals and sub rewards and stuff like that, but there's absolutely no pressure whatsoever. This was a reward that my chat got for funding my gaming PC. So we'll be doing this for the next 3 days. And if we very unlikely manage to hit 50 new sub points over the next 3 days, then that'll be extended and I'll have to wear this outfit while playing Super Life. So there's that. I don't know if I did that hydrate. Thank you, Yarrow, by the way. Beautiful. So we are doing dinner. Sunlight shone through the windows as you sat in your living room. Your home phone pressed to your ear. Cove was on the other end. It's been shaping up to be an ordinary day, like any other, until Cove had called unexpectedly. He sounded unusually nervous greeting you. You listened silently as he kept talking, his words stilted. So, I was just wondering, do you want to come over to my house for dinner tonight? The question came out strangely, almost like he'd rehearsed it a few times beforehand. Your eyes widened a little. You hadn't expected this to be the reason behind the call. Yeah, I'll go. I can't. You kept listening. Yeah, we're going. We get to have dinner with Cove? 100%.
That's,
It was... Huh? Oh. Seemed that Cove still had more to say, and you just interrupted him. Whoops. Cool. Well... He stumbled for a bit, trying to gather his thoughts again. My mom and dad, they really want you to be there. If your parents don't have a problem with it, they asked me to ask you. You took a moment to think. Dinner at home would be quiet and uneventful today. If you really wanted to, you could go to Cove's instead. Could be fun. Could be fun. God, this thing, I need to pin this. The shoulders keep falling off. Cove spoke up again, breaking your thought train. His voice was softer than before. Also, I want you to be there too. Can you come over? I mean? Guys, I'm blushing. Yeah, I can come. I'll have to ask my mums and get back to you. No, I can't make it. Why am I the only one invited? Or did you mean the whole family? No, incorrect. I'll have to ask my mums. Okay, tell me when you can. He sounded noticeably relieved by your response. Was you coming over for a dinner today that serious? He spoke to you for a little while longer to explain what time to come over and other details, then hung up. And that was that. For now. Anyway. I don't know if I did it. No, I don't have any mods around at the moment. Queen, do you want to shout out to your alt account or your normal account? You called Ma right afterward and she picked up on the third ring. It wasn't a long conversation. When you asked to go to the Holden house for dinner, she was more than happy to give you permission for it. No problems there. Ma wasn't one to complain about you spending time with Cove. She knows. Cove got a quick call from you afterwards, so he knew for sure. Don't worry about the shout out. What are you talking about? You're getting a shout out. You raid me with your beautiful people, you get shout out. And I'm doing it to your main account. Queen is one of the coolest streamers out there. I thoroughly adore her. I only really get to hang out in her chats on Mondays when I've got my day off, but she is so chaotic, so fun. I'm so happy being able to play Super Life with her. She is just a true delight, and you will not regret throwing her a follow. And if you do, well, that's a you problem. Cove got a quick call from you afterwards, so he knew for sure that you would attend the dinner. Then you said your goodbyes and went on with the afternoon. Soon enough, the sun dipped out of the sky and evening came. It was time for you to head to Cove's house. After letting Elizabeth know you were leaving, she didn't look away from the TV, just grunted. You made the small journey across the street. You knocked a couple times on the heavy door to their condo. As you waited for an answer, you found yourself contemplating being a guest, while both of Cove's parents were there. Hello, Celestial Warriors! Bum, ba, 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 bum, ba, ba, da. We got a double alt raid. Heck yeah! How we doing? How we doing? The wonderful Carl Crafts. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're all doing super, super well. Carl crafted this raid just for you. Oh my god. This is a robbery. Oh my lord. Give us all your content. There. Locust Out TV, welcome in. Hope you're doing super well. Hope you're doing super well. How are we doing? How we doing, Carl? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate ya. How's your stream? I know you were doing stuff with Queenie, with the wonderful Queen of Drama on her alt. iGirl Geek, welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Not actually AJ. Well, who are you then? LOL MC Gamer, hello, hello. Hope you're doing amazing today. I'm doing super great, Carl. It's so nice having you. Don't know how it wasn't followed already. It's personally very rude of you, Carl. Queen following on the alt. What a hero. What a hero. But yes, we are Catboi Cafeing today. This is not our usual content. So there's that. But welcome in. I hope you guys are so well. Welcome on in, Raiders. For those who do not know me, my name is Sir Laughlot. All my friends call me Laughy. I'm a polyamorous, neurodivergent, and biromantic Minecraft streamer, and this here is Maurice, the patron saint of the channel. He looks over us, he hopes you're well. If you're ever having a bad day, you feel like nobody cares, Maurice cares. He's always in your corner, and you are always in his thoughts. And normally he would be on my shoulder, but I'm not making him be associated with the Maid outfit. Kick W is always fun to go to a new stream and see the streamer's reaction to that line. It's a good line. It's a good line. But we have recently funded our new gaming PC, and this was a reward for that. We were originally going to be doing some fundraising for that today, and this was like a goal reward. But we hit that last week, so instead we're doing like a kind of subathon-y thing, which I don't expect to hit the major rewards. But if we do, every 50 new sub points that we get over the next 3 days will be an extra day of me having to wear the Maid outfit, which means if we hit 50 sub points today, over the next 3 days, I gotta play Super Life with Queen in this outfit. So we're playing a cute dating sim today. Normally we play Minecraft and do some nice cozy builds and stuff. 160p stream quality makes him look like a half Charmander, half Octopi. Oh no! That's a big satch. That's a big satch. Yes, we are playing a cute dating sim with the concept being that We're playing over 4 summers of our life. The first period we played over was when we were 8 years old, and our main love interest of the story moved to town Cove. And then we are currently doing the second stage, which is when we are 13 years old, and we've just been invited to dinner by Cove and his parents. As you waited for an answer, you found yourself contemplating being a guest while both of Cove's parents were there. It was exciting. You were apprehensive. I need to do a shout out to Carl. And I'm shouting out Carl's main channel. Guys, if you haven't followed Carl, you absolutely should. Carl Crofts is an amazing Aussie streamer. Just really, really high production value streams. Super awesome builds. Super just entertaining and funny and engaging. Just chef's kiss. True chef's kiss. You're gonna make me blush? Heck, appreciate y'all. I appreciate you too, Carl. Absolute hero. Alright, so it was exciting. You were apprehensive. The idea made you curious. You didn't think it would be especially interesting. You couldn't say you were thrilled. Apprehensive. I think we're apprehensive. We're nervous. We're having dinner with our crush's family. You didn't know what to expect from this dinner party. You didn't get too much time with your thoughts, though. The door opened soon enough. Cove's mum, Kyra, stood in the frame, smiling warmly at you. Oh, and these two parents are divorced, and his mum's staying with them, and it's certainly going to be interesting. Got a raid and run? That's totally fine, Carl. Have a good late dinner. I love a good post-stream late dinner. It's always great. It's just chomping down at 10 o'clock. It's like, ugh. Main piece of advice, sleep is for the weak, also applies anywhere. Yes. Luffy, are you gonna stream tomorrow on Anzac Day? Yes, I am. But good night, Carl. Have a good late stream dinner, and I appreciate the double raid. And yeah. Keep being amazing. Although I don't think it's possible for you not to be. From that trap door, 'cause there's something down there. Bum, 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 ba-da, bum, bum. First stream, Luffy, gonna have a nap. Oh, good, girl geek. I appreciate you popping in. Have a wonderful, wonderful nap. Yo, Queen! Thank you so much for the gifted to Carl. That means you get to go on the board, my friend. Let's just really obnoxiously you do. There we go. I said obnoxious, nice and big. Yo, Carl, thank you for gifting a sub to Queen. Well, you get to go right on that board too. Yeah, boy. And a hype train started. That's exciting. Carl Crofts. Beautiful. The Catboi Cafe board, patron board is growing. Food time? Heck yeah. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, folks. True heroes. Oop. That's fallen once again. You didn't get too much time with your thoughts, though. The door opened soon enough. Cove's mum, Kyra, stood in the frame, smiling warmly at you.
Come on.
Hey, Alafi. Welcome. Please come on in. She opened the door wider and moved to make room. You stepped inside, allowing her to shut it behind you. Thanks so much for coming over. I know it was kind of last second. It's all right. Thanks for inviting me.
Of course.
Of course. Just make yourself at home. It's not my home, but I've been given permission to say it. Yo, Hype Train!
lol_MC_gamer, X20, Hype Train Woo, take what tiny disposable income I have.
Thank you so much for the 20 bits, MC Gamer. I really appreciate it. And absolutely, folks, only gift what you're able to. Absolutely don't push your finances for me. Hey Luffy, welcome to our humble abode. I can't believe they made Cove's dad like hotter. Like that hair. Oh, like he's like full on grown that out and it's like, yeah. He looks so less dorky than he did in the first stage. And I think it's unfair because he looked hot then too. You jerked your head towards the sound of Mr. Holden's voice. He waved at you briefly from the kitchen with his back turned and a large spoon in hand. My spoon is too big. Hope you're hungry, because I'm whipping up a lot of tasty stuff. I don't know why I've made him American and no one else. True to his word, well, Weevil. True to his word, you heard something sizzling on the stove. You closed your eyes and inhaled. It smelled spicy and savory. With Mr. Holden busy and Cove nowhere to be seen, it was just you and Kyra. She gave you a wry smile. He sure is. While I've been barred from cooking the entire time I'm staying here, can you believe that? She nudged you with an elbow. Mr. Holden scoffed good-naturedly, then spoke from over his shoulder. You're on vacation, Kyra. You need to accept that already. She yelled back, amusement obvious on her face and in her tone. People still cook when they're on vacation. Everyone's gotta eat. It's not like I'm some celebrity who can go out for every meal or hire a private chef.
Sorry.
Well, in this house, you're a VIP. Kyra smiled and shook her head quietly. Then she turned to face you once more.
Well.
Sorry about that, Laffy. Here I was trying to strike up a conversation with you and Cliff just had to butt in. I don't butt in. She eyed him, chuckling in disbelief. It wasn't exactly disproving her point with that. Kyra leaned over to whisper to you. It's okay. He likes to be included. But since Clifford insisted on cooking all by himself, he'll have to wait. The two of us can chat. Her next question continued to be said in a hushed tone, just to be safe.
So,
how are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm good. Things are okay. I'm not really sure. You didn't reply to her question. I'm good. Erin seemed too convinced by your awkward phrasing, but she nodded anyway. We're awkward. It's okay. Awkward and shy. She opened her mouth to say something more, but some lightly pounding footsteps caught your attention. You checked to see Cove emerge from the hall. A few moments later, he might have heard all the commotion and left his room to see what was going on. He quickly took stock of the situation. His cheeks tinted pink at the sight of you standing in his living room. Guys! But also, I still have to point out, why the hell did they draw him this way? Everyone else our age is drawn like they're 13. Cove is drawn like he's 17-year-old model. And it's not okay. We're meant to be 13. Have you told him you have a crush yet? No, not yet. Thank you so much for the... well, we missed the train, but who cares? Thank you very much for getting a hype train started. Super cool. His cheeks tinted pink at the sight of you standing in his living room, and his hand came up to rub his arm, almost bashfully. Laffy, hey, thanks for being here. There was nothing unusual about the words in his greeting. You could tell something was wrong from the way he looked, like he wanted to be anywhere but there. Hello, Cove. You gave a shy wave, then felt a little stupid for it. That's really funny. You put your arm back down. It was when you glanced away from Cove that you spotted his parents watching the two of you interact. Cove noticed their stares too, meeting them with narrowed eyes. Oh my god, are they putting bets on when we're gonna start dating?
So...
Are we having dinner now? Not yet, bud. I'm still cooking. 17-year-old forcing himself on a bunch of 12-year-olds. Well, no, he's 13. He's the same age as us. So I don't know why he's drawn that way. Like, I don't know why he's drawn that way. The other people our age are drawn normally. All right, I'm gonna go back to my room. As he turned to leave, he bent his head to the side to face you. You coming? Question was quiet, but you heard it clearly. You smiled, pleased that he asked, and nodded in the affirmative. Cove turned fully and made his way down the hall. Have fun, you two. We'll call you when food's ready to go. With that, you followed after Cove. The two of you made your way down the hall. This was the first time you were invited to see Cove's room. You had visited Cove's room before, but only rarely. Going over to Cove's room was a standard occurrence for you nowadays. This is the first time you were invited to see Cove's room. Let's go with that. No. I think the middle one. You had visited Cove's room before, but only rarely. Cove got to the door first, opening it and stepping inside. You joined him. There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. As you stepped over the threshold into his room, you felt the crunch of sand beneath your feet. Ooh, we got to redeem for a... Yeah? You're welcome. There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. As you stepped over the threshold into his room, you felt the crunch of sand beneath your feet. The sensation was nothing new to you, of course. Cove constantly came back to his room covered in sand, not bothering to clean himself off at the front door, and got it all over his personal space. That's just how he was. A little bit of a mess. You hadn't heard Mr. Holden ever scold him for it. Not like your mums would have if you'd done it. You can sit wherever you want. Cove took himself a seat at the edge of his large bed. Ooh, that is a large bed. Looking like the picture of comfort, and left you to decide. We're sitting next to him. 100%. As soon as you sat next to him, Cove grew tense. His back went stiff and he ducked his head away. He tried to hide a trembling smile.
Oh my god.
Why would you voice it like that? Oh my god. He said under his breath as if he didn't want you to hear. You obviously did, and easily, since you were right beside him. You were nervous about that. You smiled comfortingly at him. You chuckled over it. You felt very charmed by his reaction. You were nervous. He raised his eyebrows. You both kept noticing the other's every move. He only shrugged back. It's nothing, don't worry about it. You're like an open book, you know that. You're such a sweet guy, Cove. You're adorable. You're such a sweet guy, Cove.
What?
What? Clearly he hadn't expected the compliment. Somehow his flush grew worse. Spreading all the way down his neck, he fumbled for words. I'm not. That's... I've got to be forward, but not that forward. Come on. He gripped the blanket underneath him and searched for something more to say. Did you see my fish? I've got some in a tank right there. Cove threw both his hands in front of him to direct your eyes towards the pets. Ah! Have you seen my pets? In this scenario, I would be uncomfortable and get the heck out of there. That's fair. Needs a sledgehammer like me. Yes, but the character we're playing is nervous and shy. He was trying pretty poorly to change the topic. That much was clear. Decided to show him mercy and allowed it. You started to watch the bright fish swim. There were a bunch of them floating to and fro in the open space. They stood out starkly against the green aquarium plants. How long have you had those fish?
I guess.
My dad bought them for me not very long after I moved here. I guess it's been years now. Wow, that's a long time. You peered carefully into the tank. The fish looked to be doing well. Must take good care of them. Most of them were small, but there was an especially big one. What are their names? I don't name them. Well, not really. You don't name your fish? I'm sorry, is this a normal thing? Do fish owners not name their fish? Do they just like, oh yeah, they're just the freeloaders over there. You name the big ones, but not the small ones? Okay. You lift an eyebrow at that? He continued the explanation sheepishly. You name them all?
I mean...
Mostly I just call them things based on what they look like. a squirt for a small one, tangerine for a really orange one, that sort of thing. I've had a lot of fish and I'm not that good at coming up with names. Found that funny? Found that surprising? You found that relatable? Absolutely. Small ones are hard to keep track of, whereas the big ones are easier to name. Fair. If there's over 5 in a tank, I would just call them based on their pattern. Okay. I've only really had, like, dogs. You didn't have any pets, but you always had trouble naming your stuffed animals or whatever else. It was such a hard choice. Oh, a couple of them have other types of names. Pointed to a small orangish redfish. It was minding his own business away from the others. My dad called her Dreamcatcher. And that other one's Mark. Mum came up with that one. Cove smiled to himself, his eyes reflecting the glow from the tank. Garlic bread man, ball boy, welcome here. Just got here. Someone explain, please. Absolutely. Welcome in. We are doing a Catboi cafe for the next 3 days. So I'm in the maid outfit. And we are playing this cute dating sim called Our Life Beginning and Always. That follows our life over the course of 4 summers in periods of our life with the main love interest of the game, Cove. The first stage was when Cove first moved to town and we were 8 after his parents separated. This is the second stage where we are 13 years old at summer, and his mother has come to visit. And we are currently about to have dinner at Cove's place, and we're in his bedroom, being very coy. Cove smiled to himself, his eyes reflecting the glow from the tank. You let other people name your fish? I also really love the idea of, like, you've got one fish called Dreamcatcher and the other named Mark. That's really funny. I love that, like, juxtaposition. But how are you doing, Garlic Bread Man? I hope you're doing well.
It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. He then turned to you, tilting his head to the side. There was a considering look on his face. Do you want to name one? Guys, he asked if we would name his fish. Guys, it's serious. Yeah, can I? His smile grew a little at your interest. Sure. There's a few who don't have names right now, the newer ones. You can pick which you want to name. He pointed each of the recent acquisitions out to you. When I was a little kid, I had 2 fish. I named the fat one Billy. Billy ate Alex, the goldfish. No, Billy, no! The first was the smallest fish in the tank. It was completely orange and sipped all over the place, running laps around the others. The second was slightly bigger and red. Its tail was dotted with black spots, which almost resembled freckles. That's cute. The last fish was the biggest one. Its multicolored scales rippled under the bright light of the tank as it slowly made its way across the vast expanse. Ugh. Sorry for yawning. You went with... the medium fish was like the freckle one, right? I want that. That was cute. Cove only nodded at your answer, waiting on you to decide on a suitable name. You watched the fish you chose closely as you did. A name eventually came to you. I do get to type in my own answer. Cove? Absolutely not. Frank, Sunbeam, Gil. This was the freckle one, right? Bubble, get out of my life. Call him Fish? That's very cute. Oh no, we gotta do Frank, very cute. We gotta do Maurice, right? It's Maurice. Gotta name it Maurice. Like, he's got kind of spots and... It's Maurice. That? Yes. Enter. Alright. It's Maurice. With that, his attention moved from you to the tank. Yeah, so this is Maurice. He's the patron saint of the channel. He looks over us. He hopes you're well. If you're ever having a bad day, you feel like nobody cares, Maurice cares. He's always in your corner and you are always in his thoughts. And he's usually on our shoulder, but I don't want to make him have to be associated with the maid outfit. So he's just on the desk today. With that, his attention moved from you to the tank. He peered fondly at it and its inhabitants. You smiled proudly at Maurice as it swam through the tendrils of plants, disappearing then reappearing soon after. You notice then that Cove was sitting closer to you than he was before. He must have scooted over at some point during the conversation. This close, your shoulders were almost brushing against each other. Your heartbeat picked up a little at the realization. You know, I'm not allowed to have pets in my house. Not even fish. Corners of Cove's lips turned down at that. That doesn't sound fair. It's not like fish would make a mess of your house or anything. You just gotta take care of the tank and feed them and they'll be okay. Right, my mums can be strict over the weirdest things sometimes. I don't mind it too much. I get it. Right? My mums can be strict over the weirdest things sometimes. They trust Elizabeth and me to go around the neighborhood alone, but they won't let us have a pet? It doesn't make sense. Maybe when you're even older, they'll let you? I don't know, they seem pretty against it. Your current conversation brought to mind a memory from years ago. It started coming out with no warning, earning you a brief, confused look from Cove. One time Elizabeth came back from playing at the beach and hid in her room. She came down for food, but then she ran back upstairs after. It was hard to understand. Our mums left her alone at first. Why do visuals not match the descriptions? I mean, there's only so many drawings they're gonna do. Only so many drawings. But that night, Ma went to her room to say goodnight and she screamed. Mum and I went over to see what was wrong. We found Lizzie with a big lizard in her arms. Heck yeah, Lizzie lizard! Cove's eyebrows rose at that and he leaned forward in interest.
Really?
A lizard? Where'd that come from? Elizabeth said she saw it half buried in the sand and didn't know what it was. She picked it up to find out, then she brought it home. She hid the lizard in her room for the whole day because she wanted to keep it. And playing hide the lizard in her room. What a wild time. Mum and Ma were upset at her. They worried about putting it out during night, but she was gonna have to let it go in the morning. Lizzie was really sad. She did release the lizard, but she wouldn't talk to anyone for days. When she did stop being unhappy, it was almost like it never happened. You shook your head, thinking back to that time. Elizabeth had always been stubborn, but when she was younger, she forgot grudges quickly. Now it wasn't so easy. Cove had been quiet for most of the story, apart from the reveal of the lizard. He had a thoughtful look on his face. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to have a sibling. You gave serious thought to his statement before you told him, "It's fun, there are ups and downs. You're lucky to be an only child. It's a nice idea in general, but my sister is Elizabeth." Very good line. I don't know how to explain what it's like. I mean, I think the bottom one is pretty, yeah. Don't know how to explain what it's like. I don't know how to explain what it's like. It is how it is, I guess. He pursed his lips at the words, considering them quietly for a while.
Cool.
That's interesting. I think your family is cool. He didn't have much else to say, though. While on the topic of your family, you considered your relationship with your mums, too. They were absolutely the best. You got along with your mums. You thought your mums were okay. You found your mums difficult to deal with. My mums are the best. You couldn't even consider having another opinion. You couldn't have better parents. Thought struck you and your attention suddenly settled back on Cove. Yeah, my mums might not let Elizabeth or me have pets and stuff, but at least they never tried to pay someone to be my friend. Yo! Rip! Yeah, when Cove first moved to the neighborhood, Cove's dad, tried to pay us to be friends with Cove. The moment the words left your lips, you winced. You shouldn't have tried to joke about that. Cove had been so hurt when he found out. Surely it had been years since then, but that didn't matter. Cove rolled his eyes so hard you were surprised they didn't get stuck that way. I almost forgot about that. Really?
No way.
No, not really. I'll never be able to forget that actually happened for the rest of my life. It's gonna humiliate me forever. Really sorry about what happened, Cove. Then I'm sorry since I'm gonna bring it up forever. I get without being embarrassing. You left, you stay quiet. Really sorry about what happened, Cove. Cove took one look at your remorseful face and waved your apology off with a hand. It's okay. I mean, it's not, but I'm not sad about it anymore. Just really embarrassed. Time passed. but you didn't really notice. The two of you were busy making plans for the rest of the summer and chatting about your respective days. Eventually you heard a muffled holler from a different part of the house. You and Cove raised your head in unison.
Oh.
It's time for dinner. Cove watched the firmly shut door he had been locked behind for most of the night, but he didn't make a move to get up from the bed. You couldn't see his face, so you didn't know what expression he was wearing. I mean, except we can see his face right now! I'm glad you came. Cove peeked back at you from the side. It's been awkward. Oh, yeah. You wished you had something nice or comforting to say to that. Hopefully just being there for him was enough. Cove said nothing else and remained sat where he was. Now would be as good a time as any to ask him why his parents so suddenly wanted you to come over. Is there a reason they wanted me to come over tonight? It hasn't been awkward for just me. Sometimes it gets like this when no one else is around, but now you're here. Oh, you hadn't considered that, but it sort of made sense, in a way. There was another shout from outside, too muffled to know actually the words, but you could imagine what they were. Let's go. Cove finally got up, lumbering away with his shoulders sagged. You followed after him. Together, the two of you made your way back to the living room. As you expected, Cove's parents were politely waiting for you at the kitchen table. Beside the windows overlooking the back of the house, food had been prepared and set. Mr. Holden beamed as you and Cove took your places. I hope everyone's hungry. I cooked up a feast.
Yeah.
I know I am. Yeah. Cove's mumbled response wasn't nearly as upbeat as theirs. His parents didn't notice, or they pretended not to. Mr. Holden instead looked at you, grinning.
Thanks.
Let's all just take a moment to thank our special guests for being with us here tonight. So glad you're able to make it, Laffy, and on such short notice too. You thanked Cove's parents back for inviting you. You didn't say anything to that. You just felt awkward about the situation. Let's think. Let's try and make things as least awkward as possible for Cove. Thanks for inviting me.
All right.
Well, that's it. Everyone please dig in. You can help yourself to the food. Upon his encouragement, you looked over the meal spread out in front of you. There was a large garden salad in the center, surrounded by a variety of Mexican dishes. There were a lot of sides and optional sauces to add. You could work with this. I mean, that sounds super good to me. You loved Mexican food, and there were so many dishes to choose from. You were practically drooling. Utensils and plates scraped and clinked together as the group began filling up their plates. Cliff, could you pass the salsa verde? Of course.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let me just say, you really outdid yourself tonight. I'm so jealous. Jealous of what? Your cooking's nothing to sneeze at, Kyra. Cove's parents made small talk, filling the silence with what seemed to be barely any effort. You weren't sure what to say, nor did you want to interrupt them by blurting something out. But without warning, Cove's parents started pulling you into the small talk. Laffy, do you want anything from my area of the table? Say the word, I'll hand it right over. I'm good, Mr. Holden, but thank you.
Marvelous.
You should try some of the guacamole, Laffy. It's been a while since I have had Cliff's, but I remember it being amazing.
Aw.
You are too kind. Brief silences and dispersed the small talk. You piled some food on your plate, waiting for your turn if someone was serving themselves a dish that you had your eye on. Once the food had been divided and things settled down, Cove's parents started talking again. Now, then, you sat up in your seat when you noticed they were both looking at you.
How's it going?
How's everything been over at your house? Are your mums well? Are you keeping busy this summer? Or maybe you're just trying to take it easy during the break? That's a lot of questions. Yeah, overwhelmed with the sunrush of questions. You're more than happy to answer. You were surprised if you didn't mind the interest. Got uncomfortable with the attention. Overwhelm. Absolute overwhelm. That's so many questions. You're blindsided by them. Your mind blank. Then again, this was Mr. Holden. Maybe you should have expected this. Things were at your house. Tell them how your mom's doing. Mention things you've done this summer. Things at the house. It's been good, is what you said. Didn't mean it's alright. It's alright. Though it's not too bad. How your mums were doing. Broop. My mums are great. Mum took us out for dessert a couple weeks ago since her project went really well. Is that so? I'll have to congratulate her when I see her. Things we've done, which isn't a lot. Secluded your family, haven't really done much. I'm not sure where to start. There's so much that's haven't really done much. Smart choice. Take it easy when you can. When I was around your age, busy work was the furthest thing from my age. From my mind. And that was that for your question answering. Never again will we answer a question. You must answer these questions 3. What is your name? What is your quest? What is your favorite color? Kyra nodded along. You could tell she was actually listening to the words you were saying. She was trying to include you, not humor you. Did you know, Cliff? Laffy is really into fashion. Mr. Holden's face lit up and he stopped eating so he could lean forward, his arms braced against the table.
Nice work.
That's right. Very cool. It's just a hobby. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good to do things just for fun. Everyone needs a hobby. I've been thinking of picking up wood carving myself. Edison, I seek chicken nuggies. I don't know. Good quest. Very good quest. You couldn't tell how serious he was being about that declaration. Thanks. Cove's parents were definitely the encouraging type. You could already tell that much about them. There was a lull in conversation as everyone focused their attention on their respective plates. You noted, not for the first time, that Cove's parents were the ones guiding the conversation. You wondered if you should break the silence this time. You brought up your own topic of conversation. You left coming up with a conversation topic to them. Let's try and bring up conversation. You hesitated before pushing through your discomfort and speaking unprompted. I also like other things. Stop focusing for a minute. What does this mean? I said, what is your name? What is your quest? What is your favorite color? I also like other things. Would you like to tell us more?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. They looked genuinely eager for you to keep talking, so you did. The rest of the dinner continued just like that, with light conversation as you ate your meals. Eventually, all the dishes on the kitchen table were pretty much gone. Kyra set down her fork and rested her arms at her sides, letting loose a satisfied smile. Her plate was completely empty.
Thanks.
That was delish. Thank you for your culinary creations, Cliff. Mr. Holden was like a flower soaking up the rays of the sun. He beamed, flattered by the praise. You ate way too much. You ate until you were satisfied. Try not to eat too much, even though it was good. That one. It had taken you some time to finish it all, but eventually you'd cleared your plate. Cove successfully kept his presence to a minimum for the full meal. It was slumped over, even now toying with his silverware. His parents practically only talked to you. Most attempts to entice him to join the conversation failed. Boggle, I must code a working gallery menu thing. Golden yellows. Good choice. Then again, Cove didn't tend to talk a lot unless he happened to be in the mood for it, so you weren't surprised things ended up this way. You didn't get much time to contemplate Cove's situation because your attention was taken by Mr. Holden pointedly clearing his voice. Not to sound like a broken record, but thanks for coming, Laffy. I'm glad we finally got the chance to have you over for a real dinner.
What?
What? Did I hear that right? This is the first time Laffy has ever had dinner here? Why in the world haven't you invited him over sooner? Cove was always the one going over to Laffy's house until now. I mean, how was I supposed to reject the generous offers of the Softpaws family to host my kid? I keep forgetting we named our family the Softpaws. I keep forgetting that's our last name. Gotta go, meeting time. Sag. Have fun, my friend. Don't die. Love ya. It's business. It's business time. Kyra shook her head, but the amused smile she was sporting told you that she wasn't actually mad. This guy, honestly. Three of you looked at Cove in unison, his small sound being more than enough to get the focus on him after his silence. But now he'd stopped fiddling with his fork.
I mean...
He teleported, absolutely. Would it be alright for Luffy to stay over, like, for the night? He shot you a shy glance, then smiling a little. If you're cool with that. Mr. Holden's shoulders stiffened. He sat up straighter, eyes darting back and forth between you and Cove. His mouth opened, but not a peep came out. You'd never seen Cove's dad say no to him before, but this was different than the usual request. It wasn't so simple, and Mr. Holden was lost. And Cove's mum reached out and took a hold of his shirt collar. She pulled him closer. She glanced at you before leaning in and bringing a hand up in front of their faces. The two adults whispered seriously to each other. Rabba, 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 whisper, whisper, whisper. Cove's eyes opened wider. He leaned forward as if that would help him overhear his parents' conversation. Mr. Holden kept gesturing with his hands, while Kyra made sure he didn't get too far away with all his movements. Every now and then, both of them would watch you and Cove out of the corner of their eyes. It didn't seem like they were fighting to you. They looked more like some kind of tiny sports team having a private huddle. After a bit, I know that like a tiny sports team refers to the fact that it was two of them, but it really does make me think of like a miniature like rugby team. Like, all right, gang, we gotta go for the E24 play. And this time, folks, we're not gonna let those giants with their shoes kick us around. We're going to brace ourselves for when they stand and the grass goes. We're gonna smash it out. We're going to get that ball that is bigger than the 10 of us, and we are going to smash it out to the power of the try. If it's not clear, I know nothing about sports. Sock-sized soccer field, that's so cute. After a bit, they broke the group up. They moved back to sit properly in their chairs. You snuck a look at Cove. You stared at them expectantly. You were eager to hear their verdicts too. We, Kyra and I, think that should be fine. But lifted a finger dramatically, his brows raising as he met Cove's gaze and then your own. We'll have to talk with Laffy's parents to make sure they'd be comfortable with it. If they are, we can arrange for a sleepover to happen on a different night when everyone is more prepared. If Laffy's folks don't like the idea, there's nothing we can do. He finished the mini speech with a wide shrug using his full arms. He also checked out Kyra from the corner of his eye and gave her a crooked smile. She nodded approvingly and grinned back. You thought you saw her give him a thumbs up, but her hand was partially blocked by the table. That's so funny. They looked so pleased with themselves over the answer, but they just passed the actual decision on whether it was alright or not to someone else. Namely your parents. If this was a sports game, they would have punted the ball away. Sports ball. Cove hung his head deflated. He'd been hoping you could stay over today, not some hypothetical time in the future. Gave him some words of encouragement, pat him on the back. So I'll sneak the phone into my room tonight. Ooh. Yeah. Hey, you could always sneak into my room again. Cove's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. You wouldn't be surprised to have him knocking on your window sometime. Though he likely still would without the invite. With that, dinner finally came to an end. Mr. Holden stood up from the table and began collecting empty plates. Cove was asked to help out, which he did with a little fuss. Kyra tried to lend a hand as well, however Mr. Holden didn't let her. It seemed she was barred from cleaning as well as cooking. You weren't allowed to chip in either, since you were there as the declared guest of honor. Although the meal was over, the night wasn't. It looked like you weren't going home just yet after all. You were asked to wait on the couch. Are we about to play charades, as this is what's about to happen? While Cove and his dad were cleaning up the mess, Kyra disappeared down the hall after shooting you a wink. It was a bit strange sitting by yourself while everyone else had something to do. Luckily, you weren't alone for too long. After a couple of minutes... Okay, we're playing cards. Cove's mum returned with a deck of cards in hand. She strolled into the room confidently while shuffling. So, who's up for a few rounds? Cove and his dad looked over their shoulders at the question. They were mutually intrigued by the cards in her hands. She beamed at their expressions and stepped further into the living room. Ignoring the couches, she sat cross-legged on the floor by the coffee table. Raoul! Welcome in, friend. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? It is Catboi Cafe Week, and we are playing a cute dating sim called Our Life Beginning and Always, where we play through 4 summers in our life with our main love interest, Cove. The first summer was when we were 8 years old and Cove moved to town. This summer, we are 13, and Cove's divorced parents, his mum has come to visit for the summer. We are currently at dinner at Cove's place, and it seems we're about to play cards. She beamed at their expressions and stepped further into the living room. Ignoring the couches, she sat cross-legged on the floor by the coffee table. She turned to you and gestured at the space beside her, smiling invitingly. You accepted and followed her lead. The living room carpet was soft, though the hardwood floor underneath could definitely still be felt. Kyra did an overhand shuffle while she waited for the others to finish their tasks. The smile had yet to leave her lips.
Great.
This is gonna be good. You were excited, you were nervous, you were bored, kind of annoyed, you enjoyed her enthusiasm. I like that, that's cute. Cove's mum was funny, upbeat, and easygoing. You leaned closer to watch her expertly shuffle the cards. Didn't take much longer for Cove and his dad to wrap things enough to call it good. Cove's dad appeared first, followed closely behind by Cove. Mr. Holden rubbed his hands together in anticipation. All right, I'm ready. As he took a seat across from you on the floor, you noticed that Cove hadn't joined him. He went straight down the hall instead without even a word. You stared on, confused, as he disappeared through his bedroom door. Cove's parents didn't look concerned at the stunt. Kyra nonchalantly split the deck of cards in two and riffled the halves together while offering an explanation of sorts. Cove doesn't keep his wallet with him when at home. He puts it away. What? Cove quickly returned to the living room, a black wallet in his hand. He took a place at the foot of the table with the rest of you. Guys, are we gambling? Are they teaching 13-year-olds to gamble? With, like, actual money? Is that what's happening? You blinked as Cove unzipped his wallet. Do you bet real money on card games with your family? While you sat there, your hands idle in your lap, the 3 shot looks at one another and sized each other up.
Yeah.
That's right. $5 per round per person. Winner takes all. No. Don't teach your kids to gamble. Go big or go home. Oh, you planning on kicking Laffy to the curb? Or do you intend on donating to the guest of honor's pot, Mr. High Roller? Mr. Holden narrowed his eyes and leaned back against the side of the couch, completely at ease.
No worries.
Fluffy wants to play. I'll fund his way in. Don't you worry about that. He rested an arm across the top of a knee that he propped up. Cove's dad was acting slick in a way you'd never seen before. Appreciate his offer. You joked that he shouldn't be so confident. You felt awkward about the situation. His surety in this was pretty appealing. You ignored it. Yeah. If you'd known about this beforehand, you could have grabbed some money you had stashed away or done something to prepare for this. Laffy is my friend. If he's playing, I can give him money for the round. Mr. Holden wasn't intimidated by Cove's scowl. He only grinned, chuckling.
Good.
All right, bud. I concede to the might of your personality. Cove still looked a little sour, but he didn't protest more after getting his way. Well, you've got your ticket. Interested in throwing in? You glanced around. This seemed like serious business. In response to your consternation, Kyra softened her competitive smile. Don't worry too much. We'll probably just do some rounds of Go Fish tonight. No biggie.
Do you mind?
What do you think? Yeah! What's wrong with some child gambling? You set your jaw and nodded at her. Mr. Holden gave you a big thumbs up while Cove nodded firmly back. You were really good at Go Fish. You were decent at Go Fish. You left it all to luck. Yeah. Card games were mostly about chance, after all. Fantastic. We'll play for however long everyone wants to keep going, or until people start running out of cash, but are still refusing to quit while they're behind. These are 13-year-old children who don't have that much cash. Speaking for yourself, I see. With a laugh, Kyra nudged you using an elbow, then motioned towards the other two with her chin. Don't be fooled with their soft faces. These boys are sharks. In reaction to her words, Mr. Holden smirked and Cove's eyebrows became more angled. But like, still $5. Like, at least make it $1. 10 cents. Kyra's phrasing made you think back to when you were young, specifically of Mr. Holden's favorite shark pants that he used to wear all the time. Perhaps they'd been a fit for him in ways you didn't know of. Oh, right, yeah, as sharks, right, yes. You could feel tension in the air. Cove and his parents glued their eyes to one another, then all placed $5 bills in an empty space in front of them. Cove dropped an extra one for you, giving you a tiny smile after he did. He just wants to show how loaded he is. Once this was done, Kyra began dealing out cards to everybody. It was time to begin. The first round came and went quickly, with the group getting into the groove of things. You won right away, which meant you had money to keep playing the second round. You're a natural. What a good song. Nicely done. You better keep those wits about you for the next round, though. As the night went on, so did the games. Mr. Holden would jokingly shake his fist whenever someone other than him got a pair. Kyra acted as a news anchor, reporting on every move everyone made by speaking into her curled fist. I don't know anyone that would do that. Even with an actual microphone in front of me, I do that all the time. Cove was still a few words, but now it was because he was focused on the game instead of being overcome with awkwardness. Most of the time, you even spotted a smile on his lips. Oh no, he likes gambling. He's 13! You didn't win many of the games, but the others always chipped in for you. In fact, it was always a bit of a fight over who got to be your backer. It became clear that where the money went in the moment didn't really matter. They ended up giving it back to one another in other ways, and not just through more rounds of cards. Sat back looking over the scene. A tiny smile grew on your face. Cove's family was pretty cool, you thought. You were glad you got this chance to come over to spend time with the three of them. All right. All right. Do you guys have anything you particularly want us to do? Wave, growing, family, or road trip? So we just did dinner. So essentially there's 5 scenes that happen over the summer. There's an additional 5 that you can get with DLC, but this is through the free game. Oh, this is the DLC, like, specifically for Derek. Okay, that's cool. Shaq, welcome in. Road trip, I'm leaning towards that. The road trip seems fun. Are we having a road trip with Cove? Because, like, oh. How you doing, Shaq? I hope you're doing super well. We're playing a cute dating sim today. And for the next 2 days as well. While we are Catboi cafeing. I think let's do road trip. I think that's cute. Is that supposed to be a mirror in the growing photo? I have no idea. I'm not quite sure what it's meant to be. Even though you were awake, the sun had barely peeked its head above the horizon and the sky above was still dark, though lightening by the minute. Usually you wouldn't be up so early, especially during summer vacation, but today was different. Today, instead of the lazy days you were used to, everything around you was a flurry of activity as both your family and Coves prepared for what lay ahead. Because parked in the street just outside your house was a massive RV camper, so big you couldn't even see Cove's house behind it. Finished your second semester exam? Heck yeah! I hope it went well, my friend. Congratulations. Wait, I have a thing for that. I can't applause with my own hands! How plebeian of me! It's parked in the street just outside your house was a massive RV camper, so big you couldn't even see Cove's house behind it. His parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on a short road trip to see the Redwood National Park. You glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby, taking in the scene in front of him. The prospect of the trip had to be a mixed bag for him, but it was only 3 days. It seemed he was dealing with it as best he could, especially now that you and your family were joining them. You weren't sure how exactly it had happened. You knew your parents and Cove spoke to each other often, and somewhere along the way, plans were made after Cliff offered to share the space. The parents all thought it was a fantastic idea. Oh,
Let's
no.
go.
I missed a thing. Is you, Luffy? Cockroach, meow. Well, you can redeem for me to do a nya or an uwu. Oh my god, guys, how funny it would be if I had a swap, if like the swap ears redeem, I had like a thing that was just like real human ears that just like sat on top of my head. That's actually the funniest thing ever. Move it or lose it, kiddo. I wonder if I can backspace. No. Mum bustled past with a cooler in one hand and a large bottle of water in the other. She was upbeat for this early in the morning. Ma, however, seemed to be on the other side of the wavelength. She followed behind her wife, dragging her feet on every step. I'm gonna need a whole jug of coffee once we hit the road. That's a dang mood, Ma. That's a dang mood. You can relate to Ma, it was too early. Firstly, you're as raring to go as your mum. Felt like a middle ground. Yep. You yawned and rubbed at your eyes, still sleepy from the early morning wake-up call. The air outside was still damp from dew, and that helped make you a bit more alert. And then at the end of the chain came your sister. She had a bone to pick before the trip officially started. Her rattling off critiques added some level of normalcy to everything new going on.
Ugh.
I don't get why I can't sleep in the bed tonight. Laffy is the youngest and I'll never fall asleep in that loft. We're trying to make things fair on everyone. If you want to play the older card, you should be offering to take the loft both nights. It's important for big siblings to make sacrifices for their younger ones. Yeah, Cade. Elizabeth huffed, not happy with that answer in the slightest, and folded her arms, leaning back against the side of the RV. Oh, guys, we're gonna be stuck with Elizabeth this whole time. That's not fun. She's a 15-year-old girl who's unhappy about being anywhere near her family at all times. The trip plans had been nailed down prior, the sleeping arrangements included. Elizabeth still held on to her objections with them. There was a main area of the RV with a couch, loft, and some floor space. At the end of the car was a room with a large bed. Your mums were sharing the bed. Kyra was on the couch, and father and son intended to sleep on the floor. The adults determined you and Elizabeth would switch between the small loft above the driver's seat and sharing the bed with mums. You were fine with the arrangements. You were excited to sleep in a loft. You felt sharing a bed with your parents was going to be awkward. You were looking forward to a sleepover with your mums? No. You weren't too happy about either, but didn't want to make a fuss. Thought it was unfair that Cove had to sleep on the floor. After all, it was supposed to be a trip for him and his family before yours ended up coming along too. Now he had been kicked out of every bed, like space, and put on the floor? There had to be another way to organize things so it's better for him. Yeah, we had Carl and Queen come in, do a double raid with their in their alt accounts. They were streaming together, I'm pretty sure. Offered to sleep somewhere else. You suggested sharing the loft with Cove. Cove and I could share the loft when I'm up there. Yeah. Nemethy, welcome in. How you doing? What's going on? Cove and I could share the loft when I'm up there. I don't mind making room for him. You took a glance over at Cove, but noticed that he wouldn't meet your eye in return. He wasn't able to say anything in response to the suggestion either. No. That loft is too tiny for two people, even if those people are teens. Hey, I have a dare. Interesting. I don't tend to do dares. Yeah, I'm a permanent VIP in cars. Was there in his stream for a bit? Heck yeah. No. I shan't. The last thing you need is one of you rolling off and crushing poor Cliff beneath you. Who will take over his driving shifts? The 3 other parents all laughed at your mum's joke. You finally caught Cove's eye, and he gave you a tiny smile before shrugging, with a sigh you had to admit defeat. I sure did. Alright, you lot, does everyone have everything they need? Just crawled into bed, thought I would say hey and lurk while I failed to sweep. I mean, sweeping in bed feels a bit weird. Put the broom down. We're heading out in 5 minutes. Now's the time to double check. You don't want to forget something important. At the word, Elizabeth yelped and dashed back into the house, her bedhead hair bouncing behind her as she went. Ma came over and gave you a smile, setting her hands on her hips. How about you, Laffy? Do you have all your clothes packed, toiletries, deodorant, floss, anything else you can think of? You're confident you had it all, you weren't sure about that. Oh, you had to run back inside for something. You just gave her a flat look. Sure. Running up the stairs to the bathroom, you grabbed your toothbrush from beside the sink before heading back down. You were glad you were reminded to grab it after having left it out to use this morning. Would have been embarrassing if you couldn't brush your teeth for the next few days. Yeah, then how would you kiss Cove with bad breath? Your ma was still there, waiting with a knowing expression as you walked out again. Got everything now, Laffy? Yeah. Oh, wait! With a few minutes left to spare before leaving, you mentally went over what you had packed for the trip. Clothes, a pillow and blanket, usual day-to-day gear for most people. You also had more personal things, such as... I love personal things. A gaming console. Pencils and paper. You had to be prepared in case you saw something to sketch at the park, or if you had to write anything down, or if you just needed to pass time just doodling. Sure, let's bring a camera. Just a little pocket camera you had gotten from your mum's, but you couldn't miss the opportunity to take some new snaps. Couple things to read. You had packed one of your old favorites, and a new one you've never tried before. You knew you'd have plenty of time for them both on such a long drive. And yeah. Hey, let me take that for you, Laffy. I'll stow it in the RV. There's a few spots left it'll fit. You let Kyra take your bag and gave her a grateful smile. With nothing left to do, you watched the others getting ready for the trip. Kyra and Cliff seemed to have the most energy of anyone. They were finishing packing the suitcases away while your mums had gone to lock up the house. They high-fived whenever another one got crammed into the storage compartments of the vehicle. Even though your own parents were more low-key than Cove's, you could tell they were both excited for the trip. It had been a while since your family had been away anywhere together. Elizabeth skipped towards the RV, a bag slung over her shoulder, and you were surprised to see she seemed more optimistic about the whole ordeal now. Why do I feel like she's stolen a phone of some form? Or there's a lizard in her bag. Usually she wasn't one to exit the confines of her room unless it was for TV or food or to leave her family behind to be with friends. You would have thought 3 whole days packed in an RV with 6 others would be too much for her, but it was a nice surprise. You supposed any vacation was better than no vacation in her mind. Cove had been pretty quiet so far, and more than anything, seemed to be overwhelmed by the situation. Mood. Big mood. Excited for the trip too. We're very excited. Eager to get to the destination. Curious about the RV. Yeah. You'd never stayed overnight in one before, and wanted to know what it'd be like. Soon, the miscellaneous remaining tasks had all been wrapped up. Everyone piled into the RV. It was officially time for the trip to start. And it did. Cliff took the first shift driving. He cautiously navigated the massive car out of the narrow neighborhood streets. It was touch and go for the first part of the journey. Your mums and Kyra were all huddled at the front, trying to get a view of how much space they had on each side. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip was hit, and the RV would only need to go down one stretch of highway for miles. So clearly it's American. The mum group cleared out the driver's area, leaving Cove's dad to it, taking more comfortable seats around the main cabin. You felt like you could finally relax now too. Time slipped by as morning faded away. Before you realized it, the engine of the RV came to a stop, but only halted for a few moments as Cliff climbed out from the driver's seat and Mum took over. Ma was sitting shotgun, giving Mum a quick tutorial on the controls, as it was her first time driving anything this large. Cliff groaned as he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head, loosening up his muscles. Are we in the sun or something? It's so bright. Well, we're driving. We're making good progress. Yeah, maybe you should take a nap in the back for a while. That was a long haul you just did, and I know you're on less sleep than usual. Cliff waved a hand, that trademark grin of his slipping into place.
Nah.
I don't need sleep. I've still got a few miles in the old tank. He flexed an arm, showing off his muscles to drive the point about how resilient he was. Home. Yes. Showing off his muscles to drive the point about how resilient he was home. And Kyra rolled her eyes in amusement. Dad, everybody has to sleep. Cove groaned at the tough guy act, though Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair.
So?
Are you going to be driving again anytime soon, Mr. Holden? I want to know so I can prepare. Oh, rough. Did anyone pack some rope? I might need it. There's no seatbelts up here. Elizabeth called down from where she was lounging in the loft above the driving compartment. She was laying on her back, her hair falling over her side and swinging around as the RV started up again and took off down the road. Bag of potato chips was balanced on Elizabeth's stomach, and she tossed a couple into her mouth right as Cliff held a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended by the remark. Kyra laughed lightheartedly.
Don't worry about that.
Lucky for us, we have enough adults to cover the shifts today. He won't be driving again until tomorrow. Catboi shook your head at the ribbing. You, that's a relief. Just enough time to write up my last will and testament. Yo! We shouldn't gang up on the poor guy. It's not his driving I'm worried about. No, absolutely. It's time to write up my last will and testament. There's so many good rizzes in this. Not you too. The rest of the group laughed while Cliff pouted. You gave him an apologetic shrug. Mum then shouted back in her seat to join in the conversation, a playful smile tilting her lips. What I'm more worried about is this old monster getting us there and back again before falling apart. Looks as though it was built in the early 90s. It must be older than some of the occupants. That's just the aesthetic of the decor. It's not that old. I think. Did you ask what year the model was before you rented it? Kyra wrinkled her nose and thought,
Hey!
Yes, I did. I just can't remember what the answer was. Cliff chuckled at her while the rest of you let out a collective sigh. The RV lurched a little bit as it picked up speed, and you held onto the ladder to the loft to keep your balance. You felt something graze the top of your head before a weight settled on your pink hair. When you tilted your chin up carefully to look, you heard the rustling of the bag of chips and realized Elizabeth had rested the end of it on your head. She gestured to the opening, silently offering to share her snack. Took a handful. Reaching up, you scooped up some chips. After that, the weight of the packet left your scalp. You happily munched away as the conversation continued on, and you got closer and closer to your destination. The day flew by, with a group of you chatting, playing games, and passing the night time together before finally arriving at the park and setting up for the night. Ma was closing the windows while everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to the others as she made her way to the back room. You had all had dinner tonight, together while still driving, and some hours after had arrived at your destination, you found a spot to park in for the rest of your stay. Giving a look across the front of the RV, you noticed almost everyone there was already dozing off where they were, with Cove having completely fallen asleep curled up in the passenger seat. He must have done so while Kyra was driving the last leg, and they had decided not to disturb him. Kyra herself was the only one up there who was still awake, flipping through a magazine next to a portable light from her spot on the couch. It seemed Mr. Holden needed to sleep despite his claims. You followed your mums into the back room and closed the door behind you before crawling onto the bed between them. It was a queen-size bed, so there was enough space for the three of you together without too much squishing.
Good night.
Get a good night rest, Laffy. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
That's fantastic.
I'm looking forward to the bushwalk in the morning. It's been a long time since I was out in nature like this. There will be plenty for us to see. You stayed awake for a little while longer while your mums whispered about the park and forests in general. With the sound of their voices in the background, eventually you nodded off to sleep. The next morning, you were up bright and early, preparing for the day ahead. You had an okay sleep. It was nothing compared to your bed at home, but at least you didn't have to sleep on the floor. So you couldn't complain too much. Ma whined a bit about the firmness of the mattress, but Mum had only encouraged her to enjoy the trip while she could. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had some trouble finding a space of your own as the others were doing the same thing. Cove was perched on top of the counter, brushing his hair and tucking up his legs every time someone wanted to move past. We missed one. Somehow I accidentally double-spaced. You knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV at all that day, but by the look of the backpacks that were packed up and ready to go, you doubted anything was missing from them. It didn't take much longer until you all exited the RV in a bustle, headed into the Redwood National Park.
Wow.
Oh, he looks so cute in that definitely Adidas branded tracksuit. That's so cute! Wow. Cove had his head tilted up towards the canopy of trees, his eyes wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of you. You knew that the redwood trees here were considered the tallest trees on Earth. But you weren't prepared for exactly how huge they would be in person.
Come on.
Smile, you two! You spun just in time for Kyra to snap a picture of you and Cove together, before she pointed her camera at Cliff, trying to get a shot despite his weak protests that she should just enjoy the moment. Your parents were walking behind the group a little, with Mum telling Ma some information she had read about the park in a brochure. Ma listened happily while looking around and taking in the sights, every now and then asking a question or making a joke about something Mum had said. You smiled at them, thinking your mum must have read a lot of pamphlets to know so much about the park. Maybe you should come and work here as a tour guide if you know so much about the place. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on the nose from her mum. Squeeze on the nose? She seemed to be enjoying herself, but you thought that might be just because she was amused by everyone else's reactions. You were in awe of the redwood trees. You were fascinated by the sensations around you. You were in a good mood. You weren't as impressed as the others. You were embarrassed that the adults were being so touristy. Man, is this how teenagers are? You were in awe of the redwood trees. I love nature, man. Surrounding you on either side, the enormous trees shot up into the sky, the sunlight peeking through their canopy and speckling the path in front of you. The sheer size of the redwoods made you feel like a tiny ant bustling along throughout the forest. The adults had decided on some casual nature walks, rather than any serious hiking, and you strolled along at your own pace, just left and come back and now tree, taking in the scenery. I love her like dress blousey thing. It's very cute. And God, I adore this outfit. I adore Cove's like Adidas tracksuit. And he seems to always be positioned right in front of like that tree in the middle that makes it look like he's got like a stick coming out of his hair, which is very cute. Elizabeth sped up a little, smirking at Cove as she fell into place between the two of you, and immediately you could tell by her expression she was gonna say something taunting. I can't believe our families are actually on vacation together. She threw her arms out, speaking with a genuine sense of bewilderment. I would have joked about something like this happening, but now I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Cove ignored her completely and continued walking along. Just watch, next year they'll be talking about their next new amazing idea. She put on a fake voice deeper than her own. We should just sell both our houses and move in together. Think of how much we'd save on the mortgage. It was clear that Elizabeth was being sarcastic. Cove simply shook his head, not really bothered by her. You suppose he was used to it by this point. But seriously, they really do act like we're a single family just because we live across the street from each other. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look, her eyes glinting with mischief as she leered at you.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we will be related. Legally, anyway. Maybe. She said it as though she was a gossipy old lady. Looking like they're going to be married anytime now. She almost immediately dropped the tone and nonchalantly said her real thoughts. At least, that's what Ma thinks. Cove still blushed, which made Elizabeth smile triumphantly, as though that was her whole purpose for teasing him. Wait, what did I miss? We're on a road trip. Both our families are road tripping together on a, it's so good, right? I love the jacket. I love it so much. I also really like Elizabeth's getup. I think that's really cute. But we're on a road trip. We've gone to like some national park, with huge redwoods. Then he mumbled quietly, refusing to make eye contact with either of you. I don't know why you think you're so funny when no one else does. Told her to cut it out already. Cove has a point. It was a great comment. I'll marry you, Cove. Oh my god. Ha 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 ha. You were embarrassed. Why did she always have to say things like that? It wasn't fun and she knew it. After no further replies, your sister walked ahead. You and Cove swapped uncomfortable looks. The day continued on with plenty to see and experience. You passed a few different activities that you would have liked to try out if you had the time, such as kayaking and rock climbing. But Ma said that would have to wait for another trip. There was a little stream during the walk that you sat beside and set out picnic for lunch, nibbling on a selection of fruit, sandwiches, and chips. Various birds flew by overhead and you made a game out of guessing the species that were hanging out in the trees nearby. You even managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfisher that grabbed half of Cliff's sandwich. Yo! Cliff, no! You were glad you got to do this in the end. You were disappointed to only have one day in the park. You thought the long trip wasn't worth only one day here. You had more fun hanging out in the RV. You hadn't had a good time this trip. You're disappointed to only have one day in the park. There was so much here, you felt like you'd need a whole week, maybe even more to experience it all. You sighed quietly to yourself, wondering if you'd get the chance to come back. Your group made it back to camp, just as the sun was setting in the sky and the stars were appearing one by one. Everyone had enjoyed different parts of it most. You traded stories of what you thought while you were eating dinner, and afterwards you pitched in to help clean up. You, along with Elizabeth and Cove, got to head back to the RV early. Spent some time together while their parents stayed outside longer. It was nice to have the space to yourselves after the cramped journey there, and while Elizabeth had locked herself in the back room with her headphones, you and Cove were left in the main lounge area. And there was only one lounge. You hung out with Cove. Like, that's even an option. We are not leaving this opportunity without getting to hold his hand. I guess we should figure out something to do. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hand holding in this economy? How lewd. You took a seat on the sofa while Cove sat down on the other end, tapping his fingers against his knees. Your cheeks warmed a little at that, and the butterflies in your stomach were out in full force tonight. You'd seen Cove nearly every day for the past 5 years, but Seeing him in a jacket was still somewhat unusual. In Southern California, he could get away with that. It was a simple difference from his normal style, yet couldn't help noticing the way he looked. Made you feel incredibly awkward to be thinking about such things. Why did you have to be like this? When Cove cleared his throat, your eyes snapped to his. He had an eyebrow raised and had clearly caught you staring at him.
What?
Is everything okay? Photos gaze from entirely. Yeah, don't worry about it. You look good in the jacket, that's all. Yeah, we're doing it. You look good in the jacket. That's all. Cove immediately blushed at the unexpected compliment. He didn't say anything in return, and you thought you should explain further. You know, I hardly ever see you wearing a jacket, especially in summer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I like wearing as few layers as possible. It's easier that way. I'd rather be cold than extra hot, and it's kind of a pain to carry extra clothes around. My parents made me bring this jacket. I'm the same way. I don't mind either way. I love wearing layers. Yeah. Love layers and accessories too. Let's go, baby! Fashion! Probably why I have a closet almost filled to the brim at home. Cove smiled lightly at you and nodded. I've noticed. He's noticing us. You perked up hearing that. He noticed you, too. Fashion is the end game in all games. Yes. Well, we were asked earlier what our hobbies was, and I said art and fashion. I think that's about what I think that's all we said. Oh, and Cove. You asked him what he likes to see others wear. So, what type of stuff do you think looks good on somebody else, not for yourself? Cove's eyes widened at that question, and his defensive reply seemed to slip out before he'd had the chance to have a proper think about it. Nothing. Paid it no mind. He still did, however. I didn't mean it like that. You know. Oh, as in nothing. Wants them. Oh. I know. Answer with what you do mean then. Isn't there anything at all you think looks good when you see it on someone? My preferred option too, Cove. Cove mumbled under his breath and you couldn't quite catch the words. He was having a difficult time with the subject. Something that made him uncomfortable, so you let it go. You had a little fun, and that was enough. You changed the subject. You're not very good at these conversations, are you? I swear I won't make fun of you. That's not really it. Cove seemed pretty grumpy about your statement, but you weren't ready to give up so easily. Please? Cove sighed and looked down at his lap where he was fidgeting with his hands, still reluctant to give an answer.
I don't know.
I don't know. You made an unimpressed sound over how this was going. Are you sure? Maybe. I don't know why you'd want to talk about that with somebody else. Cove was never one to gab on about himself, and you were almost convinced he'd stubbornly hold out. Then his shoulders slumped, and he caved into your questioning. Fine, I guess I kind of like ankle bracelets. Well, I guess we are never, ever having a bare ankle again, Cove. Ankle bracelets? Yeah, everyone can wear a pretty bracelet. Wrist ones are cool too, but they're pretty normal. There's something fun or flirty about ankle bracelets. Oh my god, he said flirty. Oh my god. It's more special or something. Like this one. Yeah, I can't lift my legs very high. It's more special or something. I don't know how to explain it. Cove brushed his knuckles against his cheek awkwardly, seemingly unsure where to go from there. Would you like to look at my ankle, Cove? I like them too. Are we feeling bold, chat? Are we feeling confident?
What?
So you think they're sexy? What? No, I can't believe you'd even use that word to describe it. Cove had been absolutely scandalized by your statement, and you could only laugh. When he said nothing else, you took a moment to gather your own thoughts. Yeah, to get an anklet on ASAP, 100%. Maybe you'd wear your anklets more now. Maybe you wouldn't wear anklets so often. Incorrect. You thought about buying an anklet of your own. You were happy to hear more about Cove, but didn't really change anything. You had to get an anklet on ASAP. You needed to see how Cove would react to that. Cove looked away again, feeling awkward about this. You gave him an understanding look, and usually he would start to smile like normal again, but not this time. His expression only stiffened more. You were surprised to see him like this, as he always bounced pretty back quickly after being flustered. Cove? Still he wouldn't look at you, and now even his breathing was growing tense. It began to click. He was trying to build himself up enough to say something hard for him. You waited for it, silently. Till finally he peeked your way through the corner of his eyes. You were fully attentive by this point for whatever he was going to mention next.
That's,
I'm really hoping he's talking about eyeshadow. I really hope he's talking about, like, eyeshadow? And, like, eye color? People having black eyes. That's also something I like. Like, I'm really hoping he's not like, I really love people who've been punched in the face. Huh? For a moment you were stunned and at a complete loss for words. That was definitely not where you imagined this was going. Cove faced you head on, his expression full of desperate meaning. I want to punch you. You got the distinct impression he hadn't chosen that just because he liked the color black. Oh, did we selected that as our eye color? Would have liked Weevil? Oh, poof, 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 poof. Chose it entirely because it was your eye color. I guess we selected black as our eye color. Was he trying to flirt with you? That was all you could think. Your legs felt like jelly and you wondered if you might fall right off the couch. What do you like for another person, Luffy? Muscles, pretty hair, glasses, blue eyes, everything about you. Everything about you. Cove went still, his eyes widening in surprise. It was definitely a lot for him to hear, but you couldn't help yourself. It was the truth. You adored him. And now you were both flirting with each other. He placed his hands in his lap and looked down. It seemed he hadn't expected to get this far, and I didn't know where to go from there. With that, the topic abruptly dropped off. Cove officially had no more to say on it. The parents all arrived soon after, each of them climbing into the RV and finding some place to sit down and rest their legs. I can't believe they would do this to us. Why? Why would they not have that go on? Please. I'm desperate. Elizabeth, having heard the commotion, came out from the room for the first time since arriving and joined you all. I know, mood breaker. Rude. You spent the evening chatting and playing a few games, enjoying the last evening of the trip together. Bedtime arrived within the blink of an eye. As the group hunkered down for the night, your mum did a final round to be sure nothing had been left behind. Elizabeth heard everything, didn't she? She live tweeted all of it. She explained that Cliff was going to start driving early in the morning, like on the first day. It would be letting everyone else in the group sleep. There wouldn't be a need for them all to get up. Now was the time to check you hadn't left anything outside. You, as well as everyone else, were confident you had it all packed up inside the RV, which meant it was time to get some rest before the journey home tomorrow. Your mums and Elizabeth said goodnight, heading to the back room while you climbed up to the loft. Cove and his family got situated below in the previously set arrangement. You tried to get comfortable as a million thoughts were running through your mind. It was hard to believe that the trip was practically over, and before you knew it, you'd be back in your own bed at home. Enjoyed this mini adventure. Thought the trip had been we enjoyed the mini adventure. We got to flirt so hard. It was short, that was for sure. But you got to see and do so much during your time there. All in all, it was a nice break away from home. The minutes tricked by silently. It didn't take long for the soft snores of Cliff and Kyra to drift up to you. They were asleep now. You wondered if Cove was still awake. You decided to poke your head out from the loft to find out. You blinked through the dark. Looking down the hall, you noticed Cove was lying on his back, his eyes staring straight up at the ceiling. The sea foam hair was spread out on his sleeping bag. He must have felt you watching him, because suddenly his eyes locked on yours. It was difficult to see much in the dim light, but you could make out the crooked smile on his face well enough. You grinned back at him. Cove shrugged in his bed while still smiling, or at least you thought he did. Decided to have fun quietly? What do you mean by that? Cove looked unsure about it, but you were happy to see him slowly start to sit up anyway. His sleeping bag rustled as he moved, though he tried to go slow and froze up like a deer in headlights every time he made a sound, watching his parents for any sign of movement. Eventually, he managed to maneuver around his sleeping dad and make it up to the ladder, standing on the bottom rung where he looked up at you and whispered, "What?" "We're inviting him up to the loft. Do you want to come up?" His eyes widened just so. You could only tell because he had come to where you were. "Hi." Cove glanced behind him quickly at his sleeping parents before turning back to you. Look at that coy smile! Oh my god! I could faint. I could faint. I could faint. Okay. You broke out into a grin and scooched back as far as you could, making space for Cove to crawl in. He was very tall, so it wasn't a great. Yeah, it genuinely melts. That smile, someone smiles at me that way, I'm melting. Genuinely melting like the Wicked Witch of the West. Into a grin and scooched back as far as you could, making space for Cove to crawl in. He was very tall, so it wasn't a great fit for him, but he managed to squeeze himself in. Luckily, you were short enough to leave him with some room. Oh my lord. The scar. You laid down next to each other on your sides, face to face. He got under the blanket a bit. One of his arms was nestled under his head for comfort. The other had nowhere to go and was rested alongside his chest on the floor of the loft. Cove spoke to you softly. What am I doing here? I don't know. Why are you here? Cove raised an eyebrow, giving you a disbelieving look, and you shrugged as much as the space would allow. I'm not sure about this. Cove swallowed loudly, and you noticed he wouldn't look you in the eyes anymore. His reaction made you happy. You felt comfortable being so close to him. You were feeling the nervousness too. I'm feeling like we're getting confident about this. We're getting teasy. You felt comfortable being so close to him. It seemed natural to have him near you. And being close like this only made it better. All of these, absolutely. You thought back to earlier in the evening when you and Cove had been talking alone on the surfer. He had definitely been flirting then. And now, you were here. You laid there silently, tried to ease things with conversation. You nudged closer to him. You touched his free arm lightly. The bottom two, obviously. Do we touch arm or do we go close? Let's touch. Touch arm. You touch his free arm lightly. You laid your fingers on Cove's arm, feeling the warmth of his skin beneath them. Cove's face flushed dark enough to notice even in the almost pitch black RV cabin. The pitch black RV cabin. Your shirt, you have to get closer anyway. I mean, yeah. Oh, you're short. You're right. You're very correct. The hand resting in front of him tightened, balling into a fist. Is this okay?
Yeah.
I'm fine. I mean, I'm not dying or anything. I'm not dying or anything as a response to someone touching your arm? Holy heck. Come on, bro. Give me something. Cove's eyebrows bent up nervously. What is this face? But his smile widened. What is this face? I'm sorry. Artist? ¿Qué pasa? What is this face? Oh, now it's closer. Close in on this face. He curled himself deeper into the loft and closer to you. He looked away as he did it. It's such a... that expression. Huh? It's so goofy. Huh? There was almost no space left between he and you. Cove's breath tickled the side of your face. For a moment, you stayed together like that. Kiss, 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 kiss. Neither of you spoke a word. When your eyes locked again, Cove seemed almost taken aback by the situation, as though it hadn't completely hit him what it was going to feel like to do this until just now. He opened his mouth to say something, but shut it tight before anything came out. Yes, 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 yes. Boom. You leaned in to kiss him. Ah! You moved in even closer, eyes half closed as your lips inched towards his. So slowly. Cove froze immediately. You could feel his body trembling against you as you neared. You grew close enough to be one motion away from placing your lips together. Then all at once he bolted upright, completely forgetting the No! Completely forgetting the restrictions of the location, smacking his head against the roof of the RV with a loud crack, making you gasp aloud, no! Writers, why? Ow! Cove, are you okay? Cove didn't answer. He fell back to the loft floor in a flustered pile. No! Oh, loft floor, that's fine. Pressed one hand against his head and the other over his face as he groaned in pain. The sound of the movements in the RV below startled you, and when you looked over the side, you noticed Cliff had similarly shot up and was looking around wildly.
What's wrong?
Wake up, people! Something happened! No, Cliff, no! No, Cliff, no! Don't do that! No, don't wake everyone up! No! No, Cliff, no! Cliff reached over to where Kyra was on the couch and she whined as he shook her out of a sleep deep enough not to be interrupted by the chaos. What's going on? Then the lights came on and you scrambled under the blankets to avoid being seen, but it was too late. Oh my god, this is so awkward.
What?
Cove, where are you? Laffy, are you... Oh! Only took a second for Kyra to figure out where her son had gone, and you soon heard Cliff's chuckle as he too realized. You were warned there wasn't much room up there, bud. I've grown terribly again, but this time it was out of humiliation. Holy crap. He moved his hand from his sore scalp to also cover his shame rather than face his parents.
Hey!
What's with all this noise? No, she's coming out too! What's with all this noise out there? To your horror, the door at the back of the RV opened and Elizabeth, as well as your mums, peeked their head out into the hall. No! No! Is everything okay?
Sorry.
It's nothing. Sorry for waking you up. They all know. No! I feel so... This is horrific. It's nothing. Sorry for waking you up. Cove curled into himself, completely humiliated as he apologized a couple more times. Not loud enough for anyone other than you to hear, though. This is the most horrific thing I could ever think of happening in my life. You just tried to check on him. Are you okay, Cove? With another whimper, Cove pushed himself up onto his side.
Aww.
Not really. I should probably get Mom to look at it. Kyra casually came on over to the edge of the left. She patted her to the loft. She patted her son on the back. Come to Mama, baby. You can't stay there. Why not? There was no putting it off. Cove climbed down the ladder, his face still red as a tomato when he reached the bottom. That happened to me. Yeah, I would melt in a different way. I would just melt into the floor like, you cannot see me. Oh my god. His dad gave him a nudge on the shoulders as he passed. Tried to hold back renewed laughter, and his mum pulled him over to give his head a quick look over. Disintegrates, absolutely. I cannot believe this has just happened. After announcing it wasn't anything more serious than a bump, Cove shuffled over to his sleeping bag on the ground. He collapsed into it, not caring if he should be more cautious with his head right now. Oh my god.
Sure.
Alright, show's over. Let's all get some sleep. You could hear the snickers from the back of the RV from your mums and Elizabeth. They really had been watching this unfold like it was a piece of entertainment. How dare you? I would too. But at that, they quickly said goodnight and headed to bed. This is mortifying. With nothing more you could do, you laid back down as the lights went off again. Yeah, they all 100% know for sure. You stayed there completely still until sleep finally overtook you. Remember, folks, if you're worried about your first kiss, give yourself a concussion. When you woke up the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as it traveled the long journey home. My life advice from Lappy here. So we may have been too forward and gave him a concussion. When you woke up the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as it traveled the long journey home. Blinking the sleep from your eyes, you peeked over the edge of the loft slowly, trying not to be seen. Cove was sitting on the couch with his mum, the two of them talking quietly together. His head was hung low. You blushed when you remembered what it was like last night. Just the two of you up in the loft together, and the way you almost kissed. Kyra suddenly looked up and caught your eye, and your face grew even hotter, even though she simply smiled at you. You knew it was going to be a long, long time before either of you lived this down, if you ever did. Soon your mums and Elizabeth emerged from their room, dressed and ready for the day of travel. You spent most of the day hanging out together in the RV, savoring the last few hours of vacation. Kyra suggested a few different travel games she used to play with Cove when he was younger, and you all had a great time competing against each other. I can't believe you clipped that. There's so many clips tonight. Unsurprisingly. That's such a good clip. He was younger, and you all had a great time competing against each other. A little later in the day, you tried to talk to Cove about what happened in the loft, but he simply apologized and changed the subject. No, Cove, no. It was a bit too much for him to try speaking on, especially right now. You understood. When the RV finally pulled onto your street, it was well into the night, and you were looking forward to crawling into your own bed after the last few days away. Everyone else must have been feeling the same, because it was mutually agreed that unpacking and cleaning the RV would wait until morning. Once home again, you went straight up to your room and dropped onto your bed, shoes and all. You were happy to be in your own bed. It felt weird to be alone. It felt good to be alone. You wished you were still on the trip. You missed being near Cove. So, yeah. The two of you had basically been living together for 3 days. It was nice. But you knew that it wouldn't be the last time the two of you would spend time together. And that thought comforted you. With those last few thoughts drifting through your mind, it wasn't long before you dozed off to sleep. Tomorrow, life would go on like normal. Alright. Yeah, that is a mirror. Okay. So, we're gonna save here. Yeah, it was the 22nd of December we played this game last. So we're gonna save, and we're gonna call it here, folks. That is the 5-hour mark. We're probably going to need a 4th stream on this. I don't think we're gonna make it through the game in the next 2 days, but that's all right. This was fantastic. It's really fun. It's so cute, and honestly, it's just really fun doing this like visual novel format. I've really enjoyed it. Might actually play this myself. It's really cute. And it's free. So honestly, I recommend it. I'm having a really good time playing this. Alright. But this has been a super fun time. Tomorrow we'll be back for more Our Life. Forever, together and always. We'll be still maid outfitting. With all the redeems and stuff. Thank you to everyone who has gifted subs and stuff so far. I really appreciate it. And thank you guys so much for funding the gaming PC. This is all thanks to that. It's apparently also on mobile, so my Steam friends won't know I'm playing it. Lol. Perfect. But yes, let us find out who to raid. I'm just like smiling so hard. Let's maybe look at Kel's Bells. Kel's Bells is great. There's Minecraft at the top right. Yeah, that's our, that is a maid outfit Minecraft skin that Dal made for us. So we play Minecraft, in general. So we're a Minecraft streamer. This is just a special thing. So yeah, we're a Minecraft streamer. We like to do cozy builds and stuff like that. But yeah, that's the maid outfit version of our skin. Mince raft? Oh, right, of course. How dare. How dare, get fooled, I know. I will never survive. They still going? Alright, we're gonna raid into Cal's Bells. Cal's Bells is a super cool makers and crafters streamer. And yeah, since we're not playing Minecraft, we'll go raid into some art and such. So let us do that. And do that. And this is a new screen. There's a new raid screen. Okay, interesting. That's cool. How do I... Yeah, start raid. Okay. Yeah. Start raid. Thank you. All right, so we are raiding into the wonderful Kel's Bells. Super cool, wonderful makers and crafters streamer. It's been a while since I've been in her chat. Oh no, an ad break starting. No. That's all good. Maybe we wait a sec. Yeah, let's cancel the raid for right now, and we'll once they are back, we will restart the raid again. But this has been really, really fun. And yes, we will be keeping this up for the next 2 days, and we will find another time as well to stream this game so that we can finish it off, because I don't think we're going to get it done in the next... We're not going to finish it in the next 2 days, because we've still got like another half of the summer on this one, and then there's another 2 summers after that. So yeah. We're gonna need at least another stream on top of what we've got planned for this, and that's okay, you know. And reminder, folks, if we do end up managing to get an extra 50 sub points this 3 days over the Catboi Cafe, then we will get extra days where I'm in the maid outfit, and we'll just be in our normal programming for Minecraft stuff. And we'll find another time over the next couple of weeks probably to do the makeup stream to finish off this game, because it's so much fun. I'm having a really, really good time playing this and just doing the narrating of the visual novel and the dating sim. It's been so much fun, and I do really, really want to thank all of you so dang much that I'm able to order the new gaming PC. So now I should be able to... I did cancel the raid. Can I hit join now? No. Have we just accidentally raided? No. When does the new PC get here, by the way? So I haven't got the money yet. That should come in over the next in the next couple days. Once that comes in, I'll be doing the order. I have ordered a monitor out of my own pocket, but I'm just waiting for the money to come in from Throne. But all right, folks, we are raiding into the wonderful Kel's Bells. So when we get over there, please give Kels a follow. She's amazing and wonderful and truly great. And if you're engaging over here, it'd be super awesome if you can engage over there. Here is our raid call, everybody. So if you're a follower, please copy the first one. If you are a subscriber, please copy the second one. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more amazing... The new monitor, mine has decided to sometimes flash black while I'm gaming. That's less than ideal. I obviously need a second one because I'll be not having my laptop anymore, so I need a second screen that my laptop currently holds. Yes, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll be playing more Our Life and just having a good time. I appreciate you all once again. Have a wonderful day, a wonderful night, and look after yourself.